Well, welcome one, welcome all to Speed Cafe and the Thailand Super Series YouTube channel. The English language stream is go for Saturday, the final round of the Super Series by B-Quik here at Chang International Circuit, Day 2. We only brought you a short amount of racing yesterday because that's all the racing there was to show, but there's going to be a lot more coming up here today. We're going to be starting things off with a race and then the qualifying and practice sessions for all of our main categories, followed by an afternoon full of fantastic action. Bringing it to you live is myself, Reese Gardner, with David Haynes alongside me in the comms box. Dan Yeaman is behind the scenes making sure we get this footage from the circuit to you. Well, Thailand Super Touring is getting ready to go for their first race of the weekend, David. Already lined up on the grid. Goody is hopping from car to car, having chats with the drivers. Let's see who comes away with first blood in this category this weekend.
Yeah, they do some longer races than the short ones that we saw last night, so I believe we're gearing up for 60 minutes plus one lap of Super Touring. Really exciting category last time I saw them race at Sepang, but the problem around there at the high speeds was the front left tyres. Quite a few sort of punctures. Were they just wearing out? Was the camber setting something to play there? Again, here at the Chang International Circuit, we've got a lot of right-handers, some fast ones, some long ones. So across 60 minutes, just maybe thinking about what preserves the life of the tyres and the performance of the tyres.
So quite a bit of variety in this category as well. The cars are a little bigger, a little more powerful than the Super Eco category that went racing yesterday. Front row is Honda CRZs. And this race is going to be a 60 minutes plus one lap affair. The races yesterday only 12 laps in length. They were over in the blink of an eye, but they packed a lot of action into it. Now, here today, there's going to be a bit more time to break things down and see how the action evolves. There's also the factor of 2 drivers per car in most entries. There are a couple of drivers, there are a couple of cars, that only have a single driver, but there are pit compensation times to think about regarding that. The single driver teams will have to spend a bit more time in the pits than they otherwise would to equalize themselves with the two driver teams that have to switch drivers in the pit stop, and you will have to come into the pit stops at least once within a designated window in this race coming up. So a little bit more of a strategy bent rather than just out and out sprint racing here.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got tyres on trolleys out on the grid, but then eventually they'll go back to the pit lane. Definitely likely see some sort of left side tyre changes, front tyre changes going on with those pit stops as well. Yeah, a grid with a lot of Honda CRZs like this one on it, but there's also Ford Fiesta that's going to be starting out of 5th, and Mazda 2 out of 6th. A couple of Toyota Yaris Actives, Toyota Yaris HV, some Honda Cities. So very typical of the Thai market of this sports segment. Etan Asdathorn looks like he's going to be gridding from 22nd, and that's a name we said a lot at Sepang. So maybe as the camera goes towards the tail of the grid race, we'll see a couple of drivers pointing forward.
Indeed, Kajonsak Nasongla starting out of P5 in the Fiesta as well, another name that we recognise. There's quite a few drivers that have carried over from last season and through to the end of the season here, but it will be very interesting to see what Etan Asdathorn can do from the very back of this 22 car grid. Got a Toyota Corolla here in the hands of Wing Hin Motorsports, Varenchik and Nick Teo. We saw him active in the I believe the Super Eco category yesterday both of them actually driving together in the Super Touring race. So just the first of many events that they're going to be working on this weekend. Honda City also involved here. The Honda City, a bit of a rarer car here in Australia. I guess you could say the City was the Civic's original intention in a way, much more compact and very cheap, available in these Southeast Asian markets, and quite popular, it has to be said. But I always love the lines of the CRZ. You know, it really harks back to the lines and the handling, the reputation of the CRX from the 80s and 90s. I've always enjoyed seeing that car out here.
Thing where the rear hatch is mainly glass and the headlights, so the tail lights are mounted quite low. Very similar styling was also then put on the Honda Brio as a 5-door hatch. And so when they become race cars, I think there's a lot of glass back there that gets replaced with Perspex. Sometimes the refueling is dead center on the rear there, and there's a bit happening at the tail end of these cars. And not just many brands of race car on the grid, I'm seeing many brands of leaf blower as well.
Yes, indeed. It is, once again, a very humid day in Buriram. As we go down through the grid, I noticed Chase Chakris Parks and Chayamwangam in car number 92, starting out of 14th place. They're usually a pretty successful driver pairing. The qualifying obviously didn't go entirely to plan, so we'll see what the two of them can do to elevate themselves further up the field. Thanaroja Natanid on pole position for the moment. As we make our way down through the order, we're only a few moments away from the official start of the formation lap here. Look at that. You see the amount of focus from the very back of the grid. Very quiet back here as well. Less personnel running around, so a little bit more time to get yourself in line. 21st place, Dibadin and Prapoj starting car number 31, and there is Ayrton Asdathorn in the Toyota Yaris Ativ, starting all the way from the back.
From qualifying. So the only driver I think who's qualifying time... Oh, he's going forwards, Reese! The only driver whose qualifying time did not stand. You'd need to read Steward's Penalty Notice Form B1 to know why Ayrton Asdathorn was removed from qualifying, but he did lay down a 156.5 that then was not counted. That is a lap time that would have had him starting third. So as a car with third place pace, starting in 22nd on the grid, and that's why it's finger guns forward.
Absolutely. You were waiting for that yesterday. I'm glad you've finally gotten it. So format up here and on the right hand side of your screen. As I mentioned before, single compulsory stop, but the very specific window that you have to stop in these races, from 35 minutes to go to 25 minutes to go. So basically the middle 10 minutes of the race either side of half an hour to go. And that is if there is no safety car during the CPS window. Race control will provide an alternative window if the safety car comes out around then. They'll, and if it's already open, it'll be suspended. Minimum pit lane time of 90 seconds, and driver lineups and success penalties for the top three from race 6 factor in to the pit compensation times. And so here we go then. Format same as it's been for a while, and the formation lap is beginning. So it's looking quite cloudy there in Bang Sen. Those clouds don't look too happy.
Big fan on the dashboard there. Looks like it's designed to prevent fogging directly in front of the driver's view. So Yeah, it's not like a cold, wet, rainy day, but if a little bit comes across or something causes fogging, you do want that air circulation throughout the cabin. Super Touring is going to be our first race of the day, Saturday at Chang International Circuit.
Yes, and what a circuit it is. We've seen in the categories yesterday just how much racing is possible into turns 4 and 5. And the side-by-side you can get through turn 3 as well. That entire final sector, there's plenty of opportunities to go for a dive, but would you want to, is the question. Should you wait for the run out of turn 1 down that back straight? It's a famous circuit now, Chang International, hosting motorcycle racing at the top level, and plenty of high-profile four-wheel racing as well. I believe WTCR came here at some point. And of course, Thailand Super Series comes here every year for the finale. And it is a massive, massive weekend. Looking to continue on from here. Let's head to more information about this. The Ventus F200 Slick from Hankook is what these cars are running, and it's the same compound as that run in the Thailand Supercar GT categories, but super compact, or super touring as it's now known, using the 15-inch rim for that one. So
I think the GT3 cars have gone across to the global one as well, so that might be a graphic from a year ago.
Yes, so the grid for super touring. Banaroj taking to the start, Natanid driving with him. Pasarit Promsombat starting at a second. Then Chananchicha takes to the start in third. Chanok Nunan fourth. Kajonsak leading the charge from fifth, with Nuchanon taking to the grid in sixth. Atapong and Baranchit on row 4. Nabil in ninth place, with Natanan starting out of P10. We then have Wong Su Yin in 11th, and Teo taken to the start in 12th. Verovich, Chase Chakras Parks on row number 7. Chotanin and Pimpol on the 8th row of the grid. Norarat for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand out of 17th. Thanawit alongside Firanat and Visit Pong rounding out your top 20. And then finally, Thibodean is going to take to the start in the number 31, and the field rounded out by Ertan Asdathorn, who was not able to have his time stand in qualifying. We're already through to the end of the formation lap. Time to go racing here in Thailand Super Touring. Who's going to get the best start off this rolling start here? And who will lead the way out of turn 1, or out of turn 3 for that matter? I think that would be more important. Getting ready to put the power down. Once those red lights go out, the race has begun, and the drivers can go flat out, flat chat as much as they'd like. Asdathorn just gets out of the final corner in the background there as the race gets to its start here. Banaroj will lead the way into turn 1. Two red CRZs. Keeping it nice and stable up the front, but there's the number 65 around, the third place starter, Chananchicha, already around. Looks like that's the only casualty of turn 1 for the moment. The rest of the field will make their way down to turn 3 here, the leaders side by side. And we have the Mazda 2 finding its way up the order there after starting from P6, now shadowing those CRZs, and a little bit of time loss from one of our leaders in turn 1, it seems. Lots of moves forward being made. I'm looking to see where exactly Ertan Asdathorn has put himself. Not finding him for the moment. I'm sure he'll pop up soon.
Yeah, that 51 Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand car will be working its way through the field, no doubt, as everyone tries to get some temperatures up. It's not there yet for everyone.
Cold rear tyres. Turn 4 at this circuit requires a lot of commitment and a lot of stability in the rear, and no rear wing on that car that spun certainly isn't going to help things either. Well, for the moment it looks like everyone's been able to recover nicely. For the moment, Thanaroj and Pasarit Promsabat will continue their way through here. See the level of commitment these drivers have for that turn. These cars are lurching through it, but you see in the background the Honda City going wide, and then just looks like that car just gets crossed up over the curb. That's the number 36. If there is a 36 in this field, I don't think there is. Either that or it's the... oh yes, it's Wong Su Yin, indeed, who went for a spin there and finds himself all the way at the back as lap 1 is complete. 57 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and looks like our leaders are looking perfectly comfortable up the front, but not entirely comfortable with staying on track out of turn 1.
60 minutes of us talking about track limits. It came up in the 12-minute races yesterday evening. Well, this will probably go for something approaching 25 laps. And track limits already on the opening lap, on lap 2, coming through turn 4 on the opening lap, etc. YK Motorsports Honda teammates leading the way, and another Honda in third. That Mazda 2 getting up into 4th place belongs to the turbocharged class, and when you see how much extra bonnet venting and everything's going on with that, that's a very, very exciting and interesting and also unique race car currently sitting in 4th. Yeah,
I love that big honking rear wing on the back as well. I've always been a fan of Mazdas, so let's see if that one can get on the podium. Meanwhile, the number 39 of Varenchit and Nick Teo, Hong Zhou, started all right for the moment, up a couple of positions, up to P7. Currently shadowing the back of those ahead. There's our view of that number 56 Mazda 2, driven by Chanoknun at the moment. Sorry, no, Nuchanon. Still trying to find my way through this timing screen. Now things have spaced out a little bit here at the end of lap 2. The drivers getting into their rhythm. And after a few more laps, the tyres will be fully up to temperature, and we'll be able to see who really has the pace here in the race. If you're interested in how Ayrton Asdathorn's going, he's up to 14th.
There he is in the white Toyota, so about just in front of where the shot is centered, because there's battling behind him.
Pretty good run up through the field here. Only 2 laps in, and that's 8 positions gained. So a good run from Ayrton Asdathorn at the moment. As the timing updates, he's up to 12th, so 10 positions gained in the first 2 laps, 5 places a lap. If that momentum can continue, Ayrton Asdathorn should be challenging for the lead very soon, but I doubt it's going to be that easy a task.
Crews are going to be sort of thinking about when that pit window opens, but it's still a while away, so you're just hoping that the drivers look after their car, keep it on track. In front of Asdathorn, a couple of cars are run wide, and here's another one of the YK Motorsports cars. Well, it's not a 1-2-3 for YK, but they've got first, second, and then I think that was Verovic back in 13th.
Yes.
So we've got the onboard with. Nice dash, reads out the gears, the revs, and they've all got plenty of equipment to just try to keep the air circulating in there, try to avoid any fogging if it rains or starts spitting, and Asdathorn's down the inside into turn 5 trying to make up some more spots.
Yeah, getting it done very nicely indeed. That looks like it was Kajon Sakna Songkla that he might have made the move on there in the 5th turn. Yes, indeed, he comes out ahead. Check back in with our top 7 battle. Looking at 7th place, the number 39 Toyota at the moment, the Winghin Motorsports car. Varenchit putting a lot of pressure on Atipong Kuntong, it seems, in the Honda CRZ up ahead. Is there going to be any move here at the final corner? It's a very tight final turn here at Chang International Circuit, but we don't often see drivers going for moves here unless it's at the very end of the race, because you got that entire start-finish straight to work with, and then the run through and out of turn 1. It's often better to stay behind and try and make the move at the turn 3 hairpin. There is Ayrton Asdathorn now up into the top 10.
Yep, with the GR branding on the Toyota Gatsu Racing Thailand car, inside of the top 10. He's just put down a minute 57.9. Your leaders are doing sort of mid 156s, but he has been carving his way through the traffic. And I wonder if we got to a clean lap if he'd put down more pace.
That's Chotanin that's gone off there and lost the front bumper in the number 66 CRZ.
Front left suspension, no good.
The Nexter X-RMR Motorsports machine has come a cropper out of turn 1, it seems, and I don't know if that was contact with another car or contact with the wall, but certainly the front bumper does not look good.
He was trying to move it out of the way, so we'll see. That's after turn 1. I think he just high-sided it on the exit curb, trying to keep it on track potentially. And if you either commit to taking the runoff, you can straighten the steering, but then if you really try to keep it tight, maybe that's what's lost it.
Maybe potentially a bit of instability over the curb, sending him around as well. I don't think we'll get the full story of what happened to that car, but the result is all you really need to know. Found the wall, bumper is gone, heavy damage to the car, and unlikely to get a good result from that. Well, Honda CRZ in a Toyota Corolla sandwich, Toyota Yaris. So it's a Yaris, of course it's a Yaris. I've been doing this for a while, and I'm still not familiar with how Toyota divides up the Corolla and Yaris models in the Southeast Asian markets. But we'll see how this fight goes here. A lot of Japanese brands represented here today. In fact, all cars, bar one, are of a Japanese brand origin in this field. Keeping an eye on that number 92, Chase Chakras Parks in the lime green Honda CRZ, trying to go for the move at turn 3, but it is defended from the 38 of Nabil Afikazlan. Looking at, see the rain light is on the number 38 there. Not entirely sure what the deal is there, but we'll see the move happen here for Chase Chakras Parks, and it looks like quite an easy one. If anything, the Toyota yielded, but
big wobble
Chase
on the way in.
Now wide, yes indeed, big wobble, and he'll get back onto the circuit and try his best to maintain the position, but it's going to be a bit more difficult than you think. He goes off again.
Through the twisty parts, the Toyota looks pretty good. Straight line speed seems a strength for the CRZ there. So dragging down to turn 3, dragging down to turn 4, but then had very little stability, just breathing the throttle, trying to get into 4.
Yeah, it's very difficult in a front-wheel drive car, high-speed corners like that, because you tip the car in, and you know, you want the rear end to be loose in cars like this. They're front-wheel drive, so they will understeer all over the place. But if you get it even slightly wrong on the way in, if the rear end slides a bit too much or not enough, then there's not much you can do to recover at those high speeds. We've got a few cars that have received black and white flags for exceeding track limits thus far. Mostly cars in the midfield and further down, but one big one is the number 55 with Chanukdun at the wheel, running in third. It's going to be a warning hanging over their head for track limits abuse. At the moment, this fight continues for P5. Can Chase Chakras Parks get it done, or will he get swamped by the other Wing Hin Motorsports Toyota?
Well, the speed trap on the way in towards turn 3, I think, has CRZ hitting 197 kilometers an hour compared to about 190 for these Toyotas that he's battling. So really, at the end of the straights, you'd expect that CRZ to have some aerodynamic and straight line speed advantage, but it doesn't seem to have stability in places like here. You turn in, then you lift the throttle, then the weight rotates and it becomes incredibly unstable, but it's worked it out this time. Seems like it's quick.
Jeez, that's deep. Chase Chakras Park saw him coming from a mile away and lets him go again into turn 5. That could have been a very nasty incident. It has brought the pack together, though. We'll be getting some good racing here as both of the leaders of that pack go off the circuit. And this is bringing Atapong Kumtong, I believe, into the fold there in the TPK Racing Team CRZ behind. This has now become a 4-way battle for P5 as, oh dear, the 65 with the tyre puncture.
Now, is it to the tyre down or is it the front left suspension? We're going to see. Of course, you've got to take the wheel off irregardless. front left's coming down. Yeah, they're not worried about the tyre. They're worried about the suspension. I thought it was the toe was wobbling around.
Yeah, it did look like the tyre was slightly deflated though, so maybe it's a combination of factors there. Regardless, you're right. Front left suspension is not good on that number 65, Chenan Chicha, who unfortunately had quite a good run going for that.
For the lead into turn 3.
Yes. So our
lock up, big rear lock up.
Yep.
Happens with the weight transfer on a front-wheel drive car, though. You want the rear suspension to be very stiff for those rotation reasons. And it means when you do get the weight transfer, the inside tyre doesn't have much droop or much weight on it and locks up very easily. So if it's a front lock-up you see, then you should panic like I just did. But a rear lock-up, I should probably be more cautious.
Yes, indeed. If anything, a rear lock-up into a corner in a front-wheel drive car tells you that you're running the brake bias at the right setting. You do need to run a lot more brake on the rear in these cars to get them rotated into the corners. So little exchange there for the lead. Passer at Promsumbat exchanging those spots with Thanaroj. Meanwhile, Chase Chakras Parks has fallen behind the Wing Hin Toyotas. Looks like a bit of a change there as the Ziegfeld Innovation, Mazda has started to drop off the back of our top 3, and there is Ayrton Asdathorn. Still trying to work his way a bit further into the top 10 here, battling with the number 4 of Kajongsak Nasompla. Actually, it's for 9th. They've already passed Tayo there in the number 72, so they've both made their way past him. Consequence of the timing screen not updating constantly there. But the sole Ford Fiesta in this field now up against the driver who could have been 3rd on pace out of qualifying, but of course disqualified from the session yesterday and having to fight his way up the field. But it's been a good run so far for Ayrton Asdathorn. This race is only a quarter done, and he's already basically halved his gap to the front.
So the Toyota hatches are just called Toyota Yaris, and that sedan is labelled Toyota Yaris Active. Going well for him indeed, battling back and forth with this Fiesta.
Meanwhile, the 15 and the 19 have gotten black and white flags for track limits. That's Thanuet Apipunya, and the number 19 is in the hands of Natanan at the moment, running in 13th place. So those are 2 cars more towards the lower midfield. We're trying to push the limits to work their way back up. This fight's sure to continue for quite some time here. Ayrton Asdathorn maintaining 10th place for the moment. Meanwhile, the Wing Hin cars are starting to get a bit familiar with each other here. They've cleared Chase Chakras Parks for the moment and now can focus on each other as they seem to be making up quite some time on the Mazda 2 up ahead. Looking at the previous lap for these guys, it's looking like 1 minute 57s versus 1 minute 58s for the Mazda. And on this lap here, it's a 58.5 for Nuchanon in the Mazda. 1.2 and 1.3 seconds taken out of that gap, respectively, by the 2 Toyotas behind.
Yeah, they're only just hitting their best. Like for the number 39 we focus on, just completed its personal best lap of the race at Varenchit, that 157.290, equaling their teammates in front. So maybe pressures or other things mean that the first 10 minutes aren't necessarily their strong suit. But this being a 60-minute plus 1 lap race, if you can be strong thereafter, it will all come back to you, and the podium is not all that far away. Your top 3 with 5 or so seconds of advantage to the Mazda that you then see being caught there. Asda Thorn, his best has been 156.9, so the positions are getting harder to come by for Asda Thorn as he enters the top 10, and some of these other cars ahead of him are getting towards their best. Hey, fastest laps are on the screen now.
And immediately replaced by previous lap times. Looks like a lap car that they're starting to come up on there. That's the number 31 with Thibodeau in the driver's seat at the moment. He's going to go wide and allow these guys by, but not at the most convenient spot. Exit of I believe that's turn 9, I believe that they've come up on there. It's one of those turns where you really have to use the curb, keep it as tight as you can through that fast left-hander. If there's a lap car that you come up upon there, it's not going to be ideal. Neither is a pass here for the 4th place, number 56. But it looks like Nabil is going to focus on the exit of turn 1 already with massive momentum on the way out of the corner. Going to draw alongside, potentially. No. This is proving a little bit more difficult than it seems. Now, how does this Toyota perform on the brakes compared to the Mazda, who's going to try and block every advance possible? Hard on the brakes, and a lock up there from Nuchanon. A lot of curb usage on the exit from the wing hin number 39. It's looking like it's around about this sector of the circuit that the Mazda starts to lose out. For the moment, it seems that he's gotten the hurry up.
Yeah, peak straight line speed from the Mazda has been 197.4. It's been 190.8 for Nabil behind in the Yaris. But you're starting to see that some of these twistier parts of the corner, the Toyota Yaris has got better rotation, doesn't seem to understeer as much coming out of the corners when they get to throttle, whereas particularly in that very sharp final corner, Mazda didn't want to rotate, and then they got to the power and it didn't want to keep turning, and you just have to wait to get to the throttle by the looks of things. So from about turn 5 around to the final corner, which is this section they're in right now, the balance of the Toyotas looks very, very delightful. Change of direction stuff here, oh so close. A move on the brakes into the final corner, I think, could work, because that's a very slow one.
Yeah, indeed, and we noticed at the end of the previous lap that the Toyotas looked quite pacey coming out of the final corner as well, so if a move was made, oh, okay, not quite the move we were expecting, but looks like the Wing Hin Motorsports Toyotas are starting to get involved with each other. A good result for the team would result in both of these guys getting past the Mazda, but apparently here is going to be the fight. 39 ends up back behind, coming out of turn 1 there. It looks like car 55, meanwhile, that is the 3rd place running car of Chanoknun, as well as the number 8 of Atapong Kumtong, have both gotten a 5-second time penalty for continued abuse of track limits. So that's worth keeping an eye out for. That 3rd place car is currently, well, about 9 seconds. Yeah, about 9 seconds ahead of this pack that we are continuing to watch here. But after the pit cycle, that may very well change. Our leaders are unaffected by all of this. Thanaroj is continuing to strut his stuff here after taking the lead pretty early on. And the number 7 of Passaret Promsambat briefly holding on to the lead, but the YK Motorsports CRZs are more than happy to continue as they are, and there is that 55 that's gotten that time penalty. Car 8, for the record, is running down in 10th at the moment. That's the car that Ayrton Astathorn and Kajon Sakna were able to get past a few laps ago.
I don't expect to see too much from them again now that we focus on them. It's what's come before that's led to that penalty. It should probably appear on the board at the start-finish line here, the one that we occasionally see that faces towards the drivers, displays the car numbers and the black flags and black and white flags. So there's your top 3. You got just a bit over 5 seconds to the next group, we go to a replay.
All right, this is the number 15 of Thanawit Apipunya, trying to get up the inside of car number 79, Visit Pong, at the wheel of this one. Was there contact between these two? Not quite, but it would appear that the Hondas here are more than happy to run as hard as they can through these corners. Nice bit of side-by-side. Things have really compressed again here in the battle for fourth. Out of turn 3, both Wing Hin cars now have their rain lights on. They both have the headlights on too, letting Nuchanon know that they are coming. They're going to try and pressure him as best they can for this 4th and 5th place.
The race leader had their windscreen wipers on a little while back when we looked, but I think it was either just to clear some debris or they bumped it or something, because I haven't seen anyone else follow suit.
I'm bringing up my weather radar to check. The Wing Hin cars, meanwhile, go side by side, and there's a bit of contact to the rear of the Mazda as well. This could be the move for 4th place that we're looking at the moment. But once again, it appears that the Toyota Yaris's are unable to get out of each other's hair. Oh, there's an advance. Bit of a lock-up.
Well, they'd be passed already if they weren't battling each other. So the 39 setting up a really good move here. And then the 38 ducks underneath, compromises their run through the right-hand corner, where I've seen some drivers get their track limits wrong at sort of turn 7 here. And they just keep getting in each other's way. It's exciting, though.
Yeah, certainly entertaining, but I would imagine the Wing Hin crews in the pits wouldn't be too happy with how this is going, because now it's ended up involving a few other cars. Have a look at that. There's the 92 of Chase Chakras Parks going for the move at turn 1. Manages to get up into 6th.
Just a little bit wide, but that lime green CRZ has been an absolute jet in a straight line. So look for it to pull just a couple of car lengths here, heading down towards turn 3. But if you leave the Toyota on the inside, I think they've got the nimbleness and the agility to fend you off.
Indeed. Well, Chase is going to have to yield on the way into turn 3, try and translate that into an over-under. That's split up the pack a little bit. All it takes is a bit of side-by-side in the wrong place, and, well, you can try and assert yourself as the lead driver within a sort of sub-team. They are two sort of separate teams running these Toyotas, but both running under the Wing Hin Motorsports banner. But we're hearing race control notice for Chase Chakras Parks, and we're going to be able to see it up on screen in a few moments. It's unfortunate here for the 92. They've made some great moves up, but they've just had 5 seconds of time added to their pit stop for continued abuse of track limits right as the pit window opens. Now, if you're in this pack, do you decide to come into the pits early is the question.
Well, there's 2 different types of cars that need to consider that option. If you've got your second driver coming in and you think they're quicker, then of course you go for the stop early. If you think you've done it the other way around, then you try to stay out. And for the single drivers, it's just all about trying to find clear air out on track. And that might mean pitting early if your rivals aren't. Might mean pitting early from up front.
Yeah, that's Passaret Promsombat. First car to take to the pits, and very well timed indeed. Now don't forget, being a single driver car, they will have compensation time added to their pit stop.
Checking the tyre pressures, but no changes looking like they're taking place.
As this battle for what is now third continues, at least in the short term. It will be still for effective 4th, I believe. It's now turned into something of a 5-car pack, and Ayrton Asdathorn has joined the back of it too. The number 72 in pit lane as well. That's Teo jumping out and Super Kit jumping in. Natanan in the 19 is in as well. will trade to Tritonit as once again number 38 attempting that move on the Mazda, and this time making it stick. It's another one of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand machines in as well. The number 25 Norat passing that car over to Nardole, and this battle's been going on the whole time. We keep cutting back to the pits and seeing where these cars are coming out, but that fight for effective fourth is really where it's at the moment for on-track action. Kajongsak Nasongkla has involved himself in this as well, and the Mazda's been shuffled all the way to the back of the pack.
Yes, indeed, and that's when you might be tempted to pit away from that, because they had really started costing themselves a lot of time. You saw Chase Chakras get back close to that battle because of how much time they were costing each other battling too wide. Push backwards probably means you've overshot your pit box rather than a mechanical problem in this case for the 55.
Yes, a driver change going on in that Honda CRZ for the moment. And pit stop complete for car number 65. Ananthorn now at the wheel of that one as one of the Wing Hin cars is in. Nuchanon handing things over to Mana. Car out of 8th, and there is our race leader. No, not our race leader. Sort of midfield. The midfield YK Motorsports machine. Verovic jumps out. Panakorn jumps in. And now the advance will happen for this car. There has to be a little bit more pace in that machine. They'll want to try and get all three of their cars in the top 10, ideally.
That's bonnet up, and things don't look quite as great.
No.
For the 31. That I think was already perhaps missing a little bit of pace from earlier, because the best they've done in this race is a 2:09, which is about 14-15 seconds away from what other similar cars have been doing, and that's got some damage on the front left.
Oh.
And is exiting stage left.
Good night, sweet prince. That is the number 57 off at, that's turn 3 that he's taken to the runoff area. Nutapong, I believe, had either just taken over that car, or Pimpol was waiting to jump into the pits. Meanwhile, these are the cars involved. Game on again, indeed. Two of the cars involved in that battle for effective fourth.
Quite a bit of damage and debris out on the outside of turn 1 there. So I think we're probably looking at two cars came together on the exit of 1, and that may have been the cause of the damage that we saw.
Indeed, for the number 31, the number 51, meanwhile, Atanasdathorn. Just waiting for his compensation time to end. For John Saknasonkla, meanwhile, in the Ford Fiesta. He's another one of the cars involved in that massive 4th place pack. Here are 2 of the other cars involved in that. The number 19 joining the fight, though they are a lap down on these cars. 79 in as well. That's Visit Pong handing over to Sarawut. They were in 8th at the point that they came into the pits. We're just waiting to see how this fight works out. Chase Chakras Parks is continuing to stay out. So is the pairing of Varun Chit and Nick Teo in the Toyota. Only 4 minutes remaining in the pit window, with lap times being around 2 minutes. I think this is going to be their one and only opportunity left to come into the pits. Maybe one more opportunity after this, but they need to be careful to get their service done while the pit window is open. There's Kajonsak out of the lane. Where does he rejoin is the question. Looking for the other cars involved in the battle. Looks like Etanasdathorn out as well. Comes out quite a ways behind that pack there, but looks like Kajonsak has managed to get past one of the Wing Hin Toyotas in the midst of all of that. The other Wing Hin Toyota in the pits, and so is Chase Chakras Parks. Will hand that car over, the 92, to Chayam Wangam. But we do need to remember that that 92 has a 5-second penalty in the pit box here for Chase Chakras Parks being a little too liberal with his usage of the track limits.
'79, one of the older model Honda Cities exiting pit lane, and we're just seeing the very final of the pit stops. Up on the jacks, they're going to make a change, I think, or at least inspect more closely.
Yeah, a couple of things to keep an eye out for on that one. Leaf blower active on the 92, making sure that the bonnet latches are fully secured, as Chayam Wangam is sealed in the machine.
That one's got pins instead of latches. It's a real sort of NASCAR style, and they're also got tape on them to double check as well. Even when tape doesn't prevent something from coming loose, what it does is let you know when it has come loose.
Absolutely. I do love the way the CRZs in particular have been prepared for this series, as out of the pits emerges Chayam Wangam. A successful driver in this category, has won before. Meanwhile, that's the race leader in the lane. Natanid will jump in, taken over from Thanaroj. And it looks like the second place car is in as well for the moment. The number 36 there, every time I see that, what is that out there from the passenger, from the driver's side window, sorry. It looks like one of those foam things that you fit around the roll cage. Is heavily damaged number 57 coming into the lane. Maybe that's one of the cars that's been involved in what we think might have been the incident at turn 1, leaving debris on the track. I think that car might be out. No? They were just pushing it forward into the pit box. They're going to do service anyway.
They exited the track at turn 3 and I think have come back to the pit lane via the service roads, from what I can tell. And what you've got on quite a few of these cars is things designed to direct air towards the driver. So on the driver's side there, it's like black plastic pool tubing, and it's ducting air in towards the driver.
Right. Good spot.
That's missing a lot of bits, and bits that could be on the outside of turn 1.
Yeah. The pit window is officially closed. We are done for pit service in this race, and now we are racing to the end. Looks like the digi-flag there is displaying yellow flag into turn 1, presumably for the debris.
It looks like it's not a yellow, it looks like it's the yellow and orange debris caution rather than an actual standing yellow.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, now that I think about it, it does
AKA
look like that.
Slippery surface flag.
Or potential hazard to the rubber keeping you on the road. Well then, the field has somewhat reorganized now out of the pit cycle. And we're going to get the number 36 here trying to make its way past the 19 at the final corner. Contact on the way out, and yeah, only light contact. Very good response there from Tritonit in the 19 to open the steering at the right time. Wing Hin Toyota is really playing around with the grip there in the background, but finds themselves Timothy Thomas in the car now down in 6th place, with Kajonsak Nasonkla in the Fiesta now chasing down Dhanapatra and Mana, who have taken over their respective cars there in the CRZ and the Mazda. Rain light on the Mazda as well. This battle is continuing on between the 36 and the 19. We already saw their near-miss moment out of the final corner. It would appear that Wang Shuyin isn't afraid to get the elbows out where necessary.
There might be a bit of VTEC going on because that number 19 has some serious numbers in a straight line. You can see that the front left headlight has a cutout to either feed a turbo or an intercooler or something. The straight line numbers for that 19 are very, very strong, one of the older generation Honda Cities. But this, look at the twisty stuff with the strength for the number 39 Toyota. And that's why they're trying to have these big bombs into the final corner, into other places, because it's not going to happen into turn 3 with the straight line speed that the Honda's got.
Had to back out of that for a moment, did Wang Shuyin, but he's going to try and do the over-under coming out of the last turn. He'll try his best to get alongside Tritonit. He'll do it into turn 1, but he's going to have the entire back straight to contend with coming up here. See what the run out of the turn is like for the 19. Takes the outside line. They going through the debris at the moment. That could be hazardous for the tyres, but into the slipstream. Is there going to be a move back into turn 3? I have never seen a car go that tight to the inside of the way into turn 3 before. 88 coming back out of the pits there. Looks like Yotsarun might have had an extra thing to do in the lane. Oh yeah, actually car number 8, Atapong Kumtong, I'm seeing, has gotten a 1 second stop and go penalty for a short pit stop. That's not ideal for the car currently running in 10th place. Meanwhile, this is the battle continuing on for what is now 3rd place. We have a solid run here for the number 55 Thanapatra, now at the wheel, having made his way past Mana in the Mazda, Kajong Sakna Songkla in the number 4. Still watching on from the wings, waiting to re-enter this fight. Could be a podium on board for him. Move for the 72 on the 8. So that's Super Kit that's taken over the 72. Atapong Kumtong off the circuit, over the curb to give the necessary space, but of course that number 8 is going to have to return to pit lane and stop for just a single second in the pit box because they were 1 second down on their minimum stop time. That's far from ideal, and it really goes to show the importance of accuracy on the stopwatch in the pits. The stewards will ping you if your stop is even 1 second under the allotted time.
And the pit lane speed limit being 60 kilometers an hour, you can measure it out and know what the transit time is, know what the time from the pit box to the exit of the pit lane is, and therefore when you should be releasing your car, and if you've released it 1 second too early, then that's the penalty. It's effectively the time that you missed plus a drive-through. We saw in that pit stop a lot of the cars obviously being attended to just to checker the tyre pressures, perhaps bleed them down a little bit. So I was wondering if there are any cars that might have been very overpressured that could be now down towards a better balance with warmed tyres. And it's sort of 2nd, 3rd, 4th place. It seemed like right now they're as close to their personal best times, with some others not so much.
Yeah, the primary drivers started the car today, and so it's second drivers now in these cars. It looks like a bit of a pace difference between the primary and secondary drivers in the Wing Hin Motorsport Toyotas. I've been keeping an eye out for them. We haven't seen much of a trace of them in a while. Turns out the number 38 in 6th place, just off the back of this pack that we're looking at now. And the number 39 has lost a ton of time. They're down in 14th now. So they are well and truly out of this fight. Question is, can Kajong Songkla keep himself in it? Because the Mazda seems to be holding him up ever so slightly, and Thanapatra is driving away in the 55 Honda.
This look down the straight between turn 1 and turn 3, showing some really exciting cars. So we had that battle there, 3rd and 4th. You could see behind the Fiesta that Etten Asdathorn was closing in as he runs in 7th place, just ahead of that lime green CRZ that was an excitement machine in the first stint, and now should have Chaya driving.
That's penalty complete for the number 8 car. Now leaving the pits, and Atapong Kumtong will be quite disappointed that that's happened. That has cost him a few positions. Still running in the top 10 though, so should be okay for the time being. Just under 18 minutes to go then in the Super Touring race, and it's time to get your battle on here in the fight for 4th off the track for Mana, and that leaves the room for Kajon Sakna-Songkla to find his way through. Goodness me, did you see that? The tyre tracks left by the Mazda. How much power is going through those front wheels?
Yeah, and again, it's quick in a straight line. So is the Fiesta though. Maybe just beginning. Well, I think by about 15 minutes into this race, we'll probably pass the best grip of a Hankook performance tyre. They'll keep delivering well enough for an hour of racing. That peak of the grip is probably not happening 45 minutes into the race.
So we saw the incident on replay earlier between the 36 of Won Su Yin and the 19 with Tritonet at the wheel in the final corner where they nearly made contact. The stewards have decided no further action on that. So Won Su Yin is seriously ready to start battling again. Here he is trying to get the move done on car 22, Thanakorn, taking over the 3rd of our YK Motorsports Honda CRZs. And it would appear that the Varanchit and Nick Teo entry in the 39 not too far behind. There goes the number 65. It would appear a lapped car there, but they're trying to get their lap back. Unless the timing screen has glitched a little bit. Nice view. Got the side-by-side through turn 3.
Yeah, because there's been 2 stops for the 65. And so they are a lap down, but the last lap time very, very competitive at a minute 57.3. That would have been the fastest lap anyone did. So it's the fastest car on the track, despite being unfortunately down in 18th and a lap down. And the eye test says, yep, that could be the fastest car on track right now.
Yeah, certainly looks it. Very aggressive into the corners here. And, well, from Wong Su Yin's perspective, it's a lapped car, and so he should be in front. Of course, blue flags aren't as stringent in these series as they are in, say, Formula 1, for example, where you would have to let a lapping car by you. If you have the pace and you can consolidate, then sure, you can try and drive away from them, but you need to be courteous all the same. And it appears in this sector that number 65 with Anand Thorne at the wheel is having a little more trouble here versus Wong Su Yin, whose car seems supreme in the twisties.
Braking performance very, very good, but when we get towards the exit of turn 1, you'll see the straight line speed that Honda has got. It's the fastest in the speed trap of anyone, 204 kilometers an hour for the number 65 Insane Motorsports Honda CRZ. So you might be quicker through a change of direction or a slalom from about full throttle here down towards the braking at turn 3. I don't think so.
Yeah, look at that Honda just jetting away from the Toyota now. CRZ is free to try and find its way up any further positions they can, but it's going to be a tough ask for sure.
There's a lap count on screen that shows that they are in fact a lap down, but on the same lap as a couple of other cars. So they're just 5 seconds behind Nadol, and then another 30 seconds behind Sarawat, but going 4, 5, 6 seconds a lap faster by these numbers, as you can tell. So yeah, 4 seconds a lap quicker than the next car for position, and then 3 seconds a lap quicker than the one ahead of that. I don't think they're listening to us, but it's amazing how often production seems to guess what I am talking about. And it's, I've mentioned this before, but it's a cool thing to know that, you know, multiple sets of eyeballs can look at a race like this, pick out the different details, and you're pulling on the same threads.
You absolutely are. The number 19's managed to find its way back into 11th place. Remember, that car was potentially looking to be a lap down at one point. Battle going on here as well. This is further down in the field. The number 88, Yotsarun, and the number 15 of Thanawit Apipunya. Unclear if Thanafit has lost position to that car or they're lapping them. Meanwhile, the 14 and the 79 at the front of this field. Car number 79 is down in 16th at the moment, Sarawut. So yeah, they've just been lapped by our race leaders here. With 12 minutes to go, it's looking like a solid gap of 11.5 seconds when they last crossed the timing line for Thanaroj and Natanid. But YK Motorsports still run 1 and 2 in this race at the moment. They are one of the most successful teams in Thailand Super Touring, and it shows here.
Fastest car last lap again was that number 65 down in 18th place. Very interesting to see if they can actually get up and make another spot. At least they'll know they've got a good car. That second pit stop costly. Them and the number 88 have both entered pit lane twice. And Atapong Kumtong in the 14th place car, the number 8 as well. Everyone else only making that one pit stop as required in the pit window.
Minutes to go. The car number 55 continuing alone in third place at the moment. Thanapatra, once he got into the car, was in such a hurry to get ahead of all of these battlers behind him. Kajong Sakna Songklar has found his way past Mana in the Mazda. So it looks like the battle for the podium has spaced out enough that this is where things may stay the rest of the race. It will take just one mistake to throw all of that up in the air. The number 36 car, that is Wong Su Yin, who we saw really strutting his stuff in the twisty parts of the circuit, unfortunately has had 10 seconds added to his total race time. Apparently exceeding the pit lane speed limit. So that's not going to be ideal for him. Only has 3 seconds back to the next car. If that penalty were to be applied now, looks like it would put him back to, I believe, 13th, maybe 14th, depending on pace. So Wong Su Yin will have that one mistake hanging over his head like a dark storm cloud. Not all too dissimilar to the clouds that we see over the circuit here, and that's part of his splitter that's loose as well. It's the front left that's come a cropper somewhere.
Well, he had a little bit of side-by-side battling in some of the previous moves that we'd seen, so I wonder if, as he went all the way to the very, very far right-hand side of the road towards turn 3, if they found something, or he made just a little bit of door-to-door contact with someone else. This looks like a drama, maybe pulling off the circuit or just staying wide.
Yeah, some kind of problem here for car number 88. That's Yotsarun at the wheel. Indicator on. And very slow. Must be some kind of mechanical drama that they're suffering at the moment. I'm sure we'll see that car in the pits sooner rather than later. There's the official message from race control for the 10-second time penalty for this machine here on the right side of your screen, number 36. Car 92 of Chayam Wangam has also gotten a black and white flag for exceeding track limits. It's always in the final few minutes of this race that we really see that start coming to a head as the black and white flags pile up and end up turning into penalties.
It's got this problem now, again, where the 65 had unlapped itself on him, begun to pull away, and now he's coming back towards the 65. It probably should be receiving blue flags again. I thought it was fair before. If you catch someone and you're lapping quicker than them to unlap yourself, even if you're quicker in slightly different areas of the track. Now it's looking a little more like impeding again. And Wong Soo Yin has his personal best first sector. And then the Fire Monkey Toyota.
I've just been double checking the standings coming into this race, and this number 14 up the front, this is potentially going to be a big swing in points for them. They came into race 7, this being race 7, 10 points behind the championship leaders in the number 55. Sitting on 95 and 85 points respectively. So that's going to induce some drama there. The 55, of course, being driven by Thanapatra at the moment in 3rd, and we're running a Formula 1 style point system here with 25 points for a win and 18 for 2nd and so on. So that will be a 7 or 8 point swing. A little bit of the gap made up for the championship lead, and we're still going to have one race remaining this weekend. So keep an eye on this result. It could be significant.
Seeing a Ford Fiesta this generation racing makes me think about rallycross or rallying or something else like that. Perhaps not circuit racing, but it's going well. In the 4th position at the moment, belonging to the naturally aspirated class. Most of the bodywork looking factory. You got a nice flare over the rear axles, and I think they might have had to replace that front bumper once or twice because it's not painted quite to match the rest. For Wong Soo Yin, this is starting to become frustrating though.
Yeah, Ananthorn clearly with one of the fastest machines out there, still has the best VMAX of anyone, does this number 65 at 204.5 kilometers per hour. And it's always in this section of the circuit that we really see Wong Soo Yin get all over the back of him. That Toyota Yaris Ativ is certainly well equipped to handle the bends at the end of this circuit, but CRZ, by the same token, has a bit more power, a bit more straight line speed to work with, and so this is sort of hindering Wong Soo Yin from trying to extend that gap to the cars behind and try to minimize the effect of that 10-second post-race time penalty.
Yeah, you can see 4.9 seconds to the next car for position and then a few others, and race control will keep going on about the track limits.
That's Kajonsak that's stopping that one. And this might tell us the story of where he picked it up.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh.
For the moment.
On the way in there, you saw the front wheels having a problem there, and that right there was where he left the racetrack. Looks like the 79 has the same warning as well. Sarah Wood running down in 16th place at the moment. But Kajonsak Nasongpla here has had a strong run. quite happy with how things have gone for him. And there's that 79 of Sarawak down in 16th place, looking like a insurmountable gap to the next car of about 32 seconds. So it ultimately won't matter what advantage they get. Unlikely that result's going to change for them. We're under 3 minutes to go now. And
just noticing from our race leader here how often they're taking a super late apex. I was about to say, are they deep and wide into turn 3? But then they turn back to a very, very late apex there. Similar thing was sort of happening at turn 8 and turn 9, where it kind of looked like they were wide, but then they were just taking a very deep arc to a very late apex. Keep an eye on that for the 14 in particular.
Yeah, and I think that might be a consequence of the CRZ's handling characteristics as the battle's starting to evolve here for 5th place. Luchanon and Mana sharing the Mazda have had Toyotas right up their rear bumper pretty much the whole race, at least in the early stages. You see how this battle evolves. It's very late on the brakes for the 38, and Edgen Astathorn getting involved in this one as well. Contact between 38 and the 56, and here comes Ayrton Astathorn from the very last grid spot. Could be looking at a top 5 finish if all goes well for him.
Something approximating a diffuser on the rear of that Mazda just underneath the bumper, and it gets a tiny hint of a realignment here. Definitely not the idea of a blown diffuser.
Oh, okay, things are getting interesting now. That's Ayrton Astathorn having made his way past Timothy Thomas in the number 38, and his next target will be Mana in the Mazda. Look at that, late dive to the inside of the final corner. Has he overshot it? Astathorn is able to keep it stable on the exit, taking 5th place in style. There's 2 positions gained in the same sector. The man who started dead last. The Mazda's all over the back of him again. A lot of straight line speed in that 56. And Ayrton Astathorn will likely be under attack again here as he'll be hoping that these two get involved with each other and allow him to skip away. See Chayamongam back there in the Honda CRZ. He'll be seeing this on the other side of the straight to him. Lock up for the Mazda, and that's a big lock up for Ayrton Astathorn as well. They're starting to push super hard here as the race reaches its conclusion. Once Natanid crosses the line after the timer hits 0, there will be one more lap in this race. Car 38 on screen, as well as the 92 of Chayamongam. They have both gotten their final warning for exceeding track limits, so they're going to have to keep their noses clean here.
Tough to do when you're racing and you're trying to hold on to every single position, and Astathorn throws a big bomb at you. Great overtaking maneuver though, so precise. Whenever he went for that move, he thought, I think he's measured it correctly, and it turned out he just had. Time up, so we'll look to our race leader.
Yeah, this will be the beginning of the final lap. It's 60 minutes plus 1 lap in these races. And, well, they're currently in the lead here, the 14 team of YK Motorsports, by 7 seconds over the next car, the fellow YK Motorsports machine of Passarit Kromsumbat. They themselves are 6.5 seconds ahead of 3rd place. So these red Honda CRZs, who you often see up the front of this series, will be quite happy with how this has gone for them. And there will be a slight narrowing of the championship gap up the very top of the standings if this result stays where it is. It's been a great drive from Thanaroj and Natanid. We've barely seen them at all throughout the race, and for very good reason. They and Passarit Kromsumbat have just been so far ahead of everyone else, no one's been able to catch them.
Big perspex scoop on the driver's window feeds air directly in front of the driver's face at speed. sun is out. It was kind of mainly behind the clouds at the start of this race, I think. So we're heading towards what could be quite a warm day.
Again, lapped car dramas here for Wong Su Yin. And oh, that's the front bumper gone.
Yeah, that'll be very frustrating, I think, for Wong Su Yin. I defended that a couple of laps ago, and I rescind it now.
Yeah, far from ideal, but this is going to be the run to the finish here.
Closing up, are we going to get a photo finish or something? It was 7 seconds at the line last time. It's kind of down to 2 or 3 now.
Indeed, there's third place. Chanuknan and Thanapatra, who are the championship leaders coming into this round. And there we are, it is a photo finish for the YK Motorsports cars, 1 and 2. Fantastic result for the team. Narrows the championship gap to the number 55. And that will be third place for the M&M Shop Pattaya blue machine there. Great drive from Kajon Saknasongkla as well to finish in fourth. Looks like car 56 got past the 79 at the very end of that one. Unfortunately for the 39 entry running down in 13th, Nick Tiao has exceeded track limits one too many times, and that car has had 5 seconds added to their time. But it doesn't look like that's going to affect their finishing position all that much as the rest of the field comes across the line now. But, well, a very intriguing race. A couple of doses of drama and some really good racing all throughout the field.
Is part of the air spike still attached on the passenger side at the rear of the 7?
Oh yeah. I can see that too. We need to take a look at that. See it there? Yeah. Don't see that on the other CRZs, do you?
So you've got the hose connected to the compressed air, and then you put that into the receptacle to raise the car on the air jacks, and then you can unconnect the air hose, and what in Australian terms is just called the spike will remain, and you can pull the handle on it to, you know, drop the car gently or rapidly. And it's like they've pulled the handle on it to drop the car but left it in, or maybe it's a permanent.
I think it might be a permanent. I think it might be permanent because both of those YK cars had that feature. I just noticed it when we saw them both there. Interestingly, the 55 doesn't have the same setup, but yeah, just a little tidbit, probably worth investigating further. But here they come to take their places on the podium. It is a Honda CRZ lockout. And with the number 7 finishing in P1 there. That's going to be an excellent jump up in points for that car. The number 14, meanwhile, finishing in second. Third place being the 55. Now, don't forget the 14 in championship second place. And the number 55 being the championship leaders coming into this round. The gap will be narrowed slightly for the championship lead coming into the final race of the season.
7 8 9 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0
เอามาให้คุณนี่ก่อนเขาบอกว่าอยากให้เห็นกว้างๆก่อนกว้างทั้งหมดไม่ใช่กว้างแบบกว้างรถเนี่ยกว้างทั้งหมด
อ้าวโอมอ่ะ
อันดับ3รอเลยครับรอหน้ารถเลยครับต้องไปเดินเข้าไปหาเบอร์3อันดับ3ต้องไปอยู่ฝั่งนี้ดีกว่าถนัดกว่าพี่ได้เข้าได้โอเคแล้วค่อยเดินเข้าไปนะคุณนี่นะเอา
ละครับคุณผู้ชมครับก็สิ้นสุดลงแล้วนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันในรุ่นของ Thailand Super Touring นะครับ1ชั่วโมงกับอีก1รอบเต็มๆนะครับผู้ที่เข้ามาเป็นอันดับที่3นะครับก็ตามที่เราวางแผนไว้หรือคิดไว้นะครับเป็นของ M&M Racing นั่นเองนะครับไปพูดคุยกันหน่อยครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับทั้ง2ท่านเลยนะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างสำหรับในสนามนี้
ก็ตามคาดครับเพราะว่าเราโดน15 วิวันนี้เราก็กะว่าเราจะได้ประมาณที่3ที่4อะไรแถวๆนี้ครับ
แต่ก็ถือว่าเราก็รักษาระยะ race pace อยู่แล้วนะฮะโอมนะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างฮะ
ก็เป็นไปตามแผนครับก็เราโดน15 วิจากเตะปาก็สนามนี้ก็พยายามทำตำแหน่งที่ดีที่สุดให้ได้ตำแหน่งที่3ก็ถือว่าโอเคมากๆแล้ว
ครับก็ถือว่าโอเคพอใจในผลงานในวันนี้พรุ่งนี้ล่ะ
พรุ่งนี้ก็สนามท้ายเนาะเราก็นั่นแหละครับตามเกมสู้ให้สนุกที่สุด
ครับก็ถือว่าเต็มที่แล้วดีที่สุดแล้วนะฮะฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับอาร์มครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์อาร์มกับโอมนะครับเบอร์55 M&M Racing Team by Nexter Midfield ครับพรุ่งนี้วันสุดท้ายเลนสุดท้าย
ครับโอมครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์นะครับพรุ่งนี้ยังเหลืออีกวันครับก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุด
ครับขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับไปกันต่อนะฮะอันดับที่2นะครับเป็นไปตามคาดหมายนะครับกับหมายเลข14จาก YK Motorsport นะครับเบฟธนโรจน์กับแคทแพทนิลีวัฒนาวรากุลนะครับสวัสดีด้วยครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับเบฟครับ
ก็ดีครับเป็นไป
แผนมีอะไรบ้าง
ก็แค่คุมเลนแล้วก็ไม่อยาก
ใช่
อยากได้คะแนนเพื่อที่จะมาสู้ในวันพรุ่งนี้
ครับก็ถือว่าตามแผนเลยแคทครับเป็นไงบ้างครับเหนื่อยไหมครับ
ก็เหนื่อยค่ะ
แต่เห็นลงมาจากรถมีรอยยิ้มออกมานี่ถือแสดงว่าเป็นผลงานที่ต้องบอกว่าพอใจมากๆในวันนี้
ก็ถือว่าเป็นแผนของทางทีมที่ได้คิดไว้แต่ว่าก็เป็นไปตามแผนทุกอย่างก็โอเคค่ะ
ครับพรุ่งนี้แหละครับ
ก็พรุ่งนี้เลสสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะตัดสินแชมป์ประจำปีก็ยังไงฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะคะคัดไม้หนึ่งก็ฝากความหวังไว้ที่เบฟด้วยค่ะไม้สุดท้าย
ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับ
ค่ะยังไงก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์ YK Motorsport ด้วยนะคะสนามสุดท้ายแล้วค่ะอาทิตย์นี้
ครับขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับและอันดับหนึ่งเลยครับยังเป็นของ YK Motorsport ครับพี่โยภาสฤทธิ์พรหมสมบัติครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่โย
ก็สนุกดีครับวันนี้ก็ขับคนเดียวหน่อยก็พยายามไล่ไปก็เป็นไปตามกัน
ตอนแรกบอกขับได้แต่ก็ถือว่าโอเคนะพี่ในการวางแผนที่ผ่านมาใน1ชั่วโมงเต็มๆแล้วสิ่งที่เราได้เห็นเนี่ยในช่วงระยะเวลาที่ YK ลงในรุ่นทัวริงทุกครั้งเนี่ยรถยังไม่ค่อยมีปัญหาเลย
อย่าเพิ่งพูดดีกว่าก็พยายามเราก็เตรียมพร้อมมาเต็มที่แล้วก็เราต้องเป็นหลายอย่างเราจะแข่งเดียวอย่างเดียวเราต้องพยายามเซฟทุกอย่างด้วยแล้วก็ถือว่าวันนี้โอเค
ครับก็ถือว่าพอใจในผลงานพรุ่งนี้อีก1 วัน
พรุ่งนี้ก็อีกวันก็สำหรับโดนที่ไป15/4บอกขับคนเดียวก็อาจจะเหนื่อยนิดนึงแต่ก็เต็มที่
ครับโอ้พี่โอครับฝากถึงแฟนๆครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ไว้ด้วยนะครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีครั้งครับภาสฤทธิ์พรหมสมบัตินะครับแน่นอนเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ในรุ่นของ Thailand Super Touring นะครับแต่ยังมีสิ่งที่น่าสนใจมากกว่านี้นะครับเดี๋ยวเชิญทุกท่านไปพบกับไฮไลท์ครับ
So, the highlights of this incredible first race of the weekend here in Thailand Super Touring. Some dramas early on for car number 65. The two YK Motorsports Honda CRZs got away to a commanding lead pretty quickly. There's the spin for the number 36 machine. Already the start of a drama-filled race for him. And there's the tail end of the first big incident that we saw at turn 1, David. These two YK cars were uncatchable at the front, weren't they?
Yeah, well, starting up front, they did make great use of the clean air while the squabble for 4th, 5th, 6th, etc. was going on. Excluded from qualifying, Et Nazathon started 22nd on the grid and raced through to an eventual 5th place. That took a whole lot of passing, and this is how some of it played out.
Yeah, some great driving from Et Nazathon over the course of the race here. Plenty of side-by-side through this section of the circuit as well, some of it with more contact than others. The run into pit lane certainly got a few on their toes here. Slight contact between 36 and the 19. That resulted in no further action from race control, but incredible drive from all at the YK Motorsports team. They strike first here today at Chang International Circuit. So it's time for us to go on a break here in the English language commentary. Qualifying will be starting for TSS Supercar, GT4 and GTC. The next race will be getting going in about an hour and a half's time. So potentially we will see you then. So, qualifying on for the TSS Supercar categories. We will have the grid decided for the races on both days to come here. Q1 at the moment in GT4 and GTC. That will set the grid for today's race, and driver 1 in the car for each of these. Then the second qualifying session will set the grid for Sunday's races, where driver 2 will be in the car. So a bit of a mixed up format for these qualifying sessions. At the moment, we've got Checkered Aslan here in the number 39, and he's just gone to provisional pole in the Wing Hin Motorsports Toyota Supra. 1 minute 43.2. That is a second clear of the next car, David. That's looking incredibly good there for this team.
Yeah, the number 32 Porsche from B-Quik Absolute Racing, with the Arrows driving, had their lap time deleted for track limits. So here at Chang International Circuit, every category, every session, it's track limits talk, and in qualifying, of course, it's lap time deletion. So it's got to be a tidy lap. Quite a few of these Toyota Supras and Porsche Caymans kicking around. But we do have one Aston Martin Vantage, one Ford Trans Am car, and one, is it actually a Corolla from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, the sedan front-wheel drive, but with a fair bit of horsepower to go with it.
Yes, indeed. Quite the mixed-up machinery in our GTC and GTM classes. Looks like we've had a lap time cancellation for car number 36. That's Daniel Bilski for exceeding track limits at turn 4, and car number 9 the GTC Toyota Altis that's unfortunately gone over the track limits again as well. So there was Daniel Bilski's little excursion off track. Let's see what he can do to try and get that car back up the order. Car number 1, Kmick in that AAS Motorsport Porsche, managing to grab the second spot in qualifying for the moment. Keep an eye on this car as well, the 33 Falcon at the wheel. Looking at a 1 minute 44.2 for this machine. Second best lap time, a 144.4.
Just behind them on tracks, the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche that had its lap times deleted and currently sits 11 of 11 cars, but I would expect to move up, so maybe they just save a little bit, try to find some space, try to cool off their tyres for the final 2 or 3 minutes and really fly on. So given that we're looking at lap times underneath a minute 45, if you keep pressing on, you've got 3 more laps. But if you have a lap where you back off, cool the tyres, you've probably only got 2 more flying laps left for your first driver in this session before your other driver gets into the next. And we'll be wary of those track limits.
Yes, I believe that as long as you have 2 wheels on the curb, you should be okay. We'll see if that holds up. Both AAS Motorsport Porsches currently in the pits. Second and third in the session at the moment, and they might be wanting to go out once more in the final moments of the session if they can get a time in. It looks like at least our top 3 seem done. The Checkered Aslan in the 39 is in the pits as well. Car number 7, meanwhile, that's Graham Dowsett at the wheel of the Team NZ Aston Martin GT4. sitting down in 8th place, and they've had their lap time cancelled for exceeding track limits at turn 3. The B-Quik Absolute Racing car is back out on the circuit here. And looking like their first time on the board, a 146.3. Not quite up to scratch regarding the other GT4 cars, but with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, they will have time to set a couple more laps here. And there's Graham Dowsett, the Kiwi in the number 7 here, sharing this car with Romain Leroux. One of quite a few non-Thai Malaysian drivers in this series. I'll be hoping that he can stay within track limits on this next run too.
You know this is one of my favourite GT4s.
Yeah.
Looks good, sounds good. It's got the hot weather cooling kit on it with the extra vents above the wheels and feeding more cool air in there. Love the pink wrap on the diffuser strakes on the back and as well as around the nose. It's a good looking car, very sporty, very purposeful. And how are the sectors going? Not PBs on the way through here just yet, and that is well off the track, Reese.
That lap will not count for sure. Graham Dowsett seemingly having a bit of trouble with that sequence of right-handers, which is a lot more difficult than it looks at the back half of this circuit. Is he going to stay out or bring it into the pits, I wonder? So it was coming off the curb. The car got slightly out of whack, and in straightening the car up, trajectory was straight off the circuit there for Graham Dowsett. 59 seconds left in the session, and he will start another lap. No surprise to see the stewards have cancelled that lap time for exceeding the track limits. But it would appear that most of our field is done with their session for the moment. Damien Hamilton just managing to set a fast lap of 145.5 to get ahead of the only other car in his class in GTC. And Hamilton also has the best last VMAX of just about anyone.
Well, look at it.
Of course. Makes total sense. TA2 Mustang certainly powers its way down these straights. Not the fastest car through the turns, though, so you need to be careful of that. Checkered flag is out. So that is the end of the session, and we'll keep our eyes on Graham Dowsett to see if he can improve his time any. 146.3 at the very back of the field.
It looked backed off, and I think the sectors agree with that. It's the B-Quik Porsche here. Describing what's going on with the car. Keep looking at the auto there as the taller of the two drivers. When you see them outside of the car chatting to each other and you see that kind of height difference, well, I think they're a good driver combination other than that height difference. Worried about his ribs on the right, perhaps. Not too worried.
No, still wearing a smile. So that's the end of the first session there, and it's going to be Wing Hin Motorsports on pole for the first of our GT4 and GTC races with the primary drivers in the car. And very shortly we will have the second drivers take over the cars and maybe have a big difference in pace. Should be a bit more mixed up grid for race 2.
GT4 and GTC brought to you by fans that sit on the ground instead of handheld battery-operated leaf blowers.
Yeah, a little bit more cooling power needed for these machines, evidently.
You could inflate a jumping castle with one of those. Quick smart.
You absolutely could. We're in a 10-minute break now until the second qualifying session. Then, right after that's done, we'll be going for qualifying 1 and 2 for the GT3 and GTM classes before the last pre-lunch event of the Super Pickup Division 2s. It was certainly a fun race for them yesterday. Looking forward to seeing what they can do here today in the broad daylight conditions, midday as opposed to late in the afternoon yesterday.
Love a good stretch. One thing to point out that the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand built race cars, the GTC and the GTM right-hand drive, but the GT4 globally homologated out of, I believe, Toyota Motorsport Europe in Germany is in fact, despite being a Toyota, a left-hand drive car. So you'll notice that they're getting in and out of the left-hand side. All of our local cars are right-hand drive, as is normal for Thailand. But GT4s, GT3s, their global homologation are usually left-hand drive, even from marques that you wouldn't expect, like Aston Martin, Bentley, and Toyota.
Yes, indeed. There's Graham Dowsett. Not looking the most satisfied with how the performance went for the Team NZ Aston Martin. Had a bit of trouble keeping the rear end of the car in check through the final sector and got a couple of lap times deleted. And unfortunately, it looks like a last place start for them.
Would you like a cola?
Race 1. I certainly wouldn't mind one at the moment. A little bit more caffeine wouldn't go astray.
They've got hats, different flavours from our partner Est Cola. I'd like cherry. Now the leaf blowers are back. It's the right-hand drive, this Altus. You can see that where that radiator sits horizontally right at the front of the car there, keeping the driver cool on a day like this, checking the belts. It's a pretty quick car in a straight line, this one. 228, it's no slouch. 216, no slouch for keeping up with the GT4 cars.
Yeah, those GTC machines certainly have a good amount of straight line speed.
Hello everyone. Sawadee Cup.
Hello to you too. It's always good to see the fan turnout at these events. A couple of years ago, when I was brought into the fold to assist with the English language stream here, I was completely unfamiliar with the motorsport scene in Thailand. But it's been a great introduction over the past couple of years. There's a lot of passionate fans in this part of the world. A lot of fantastic drivers and well-run teams as well. I'm sure those stands will be a bit more full tomorrow as we get ready to bring the 2025 season to a close on Sunday. We are getting ready though for qualifying 2. Drivers getting set up in their machines, and once again this is going to be the second drivers in each car making their way onto the circuit, and that's all cars except for Damien Hamilton, who is a solo driver in the GTC TA2 Ford.
I saw a Cayman GT4 RS on the road this morning in yellow with the black sticker pattern on it. Actually very closely related to the GT4 car from Porsche. Some of them, the homologated racing model and the road car, are a bit further apart. The Porsche's actually, for quite a while, been very, very close to the road-going car, because they can sell a very high-performance road-going car, and people will buy it and pay a pretty penny for it too.
Indeed. Well, AAS Motorsport were second and third in the first qualifying session. They'll be hoping that this session goes even better for them. Hayden Heikal, meanwhile, will be jumping into the car, taking over from Daniel Bilski in the number 36 machine. And thinking about the rest of the GT4 cars, I think the one that jumps out to me as the one that may surprise us most is the number 7 Aston Martin. Romain Leroux has quite a bit of talent under his belt. He's really able to wheel that car around, so potentially he and Graham Dowsett could see a better result in this qualifying session than they were able to manage in the last 15 minutes.
Get a great view of almost the whole circuit from that pit straight grandstand, because we're looking here at sort of turn 4 into turn 5. Very easy to see a move that's happening there from the pit straight grandstand, as well as keeping an eye on what's happening final corner and turn 1. Might need to strain your eyes a little bit to spot exactly what's happening down at turn 3. But here, Sepang, Shanghai, there's a lot of circuits where big front straight grandstand, and you can see a lot of the track from it.
It's a very nice venue, Chang International Circuit. I'd love to make my way out here at some point. I believe that's the entry to turn 4 that we're looking at, with the start-finish grandstand and main straight in the background. Really get a sense for how brutal that turn can be. It was just about flat out in the front-wheel drive touring cars we saw earlier. These cars may have to lift, maybe tap the brakes into that corner. It's a very high commitment area of the track.
Yeah, that was the point I was going to make, that turn 4, turn 7 and turn 8 are some corners that were looking basically flat out in Super Eco, almost flat out in Super Touring, but really presenting a track limits issue in GT4 here. So we saw some run wide at turn 4. We definitely saw Graham Dowsett run wide at turn 8. We'll see what happens out of this tranche of drivers as they hit the racetrack. So the last two coming out of the lane is the AAS Porsches. You can see Damien Hamilton's in no hurry just yet. That Trans Am's still sitting back there. The limiter's still on for the 95 if the headlights are flashing.
Huh. Interesting. So everyone says, okay, we'll go around you.
I believe the pit limiter being engaged causes the flashing pattern of the headlights.
Yes. Yes, it does. As far as I'm aware, too. So that was the 95. And that's Nanin at the wheel of that machine. Nanin Indrapayung. May very well bring that one back around to pit lane if that is indeed a technical gremlin that they are dealing with. Looking forward to seeing what Kantadi Kusiri can do, having taken over the #1 AAS Motorsport Porsche. That car has the #1 on it for a reason. Reigning champions of the series. We can always
Now we're about to see tires, so just prepping them as they best like.
Yeah, this is the conclusion of the first season of Thailand Super Series in the GT4 and GT3 classes, to be run under the auspices of SRO, the Stefan Rattel organization, which is the main governing body for GT racing worldwide. And with that partnership came a change in tyre. In previous years, they ran the Hankook rubber that all of the other TSS classes use, but now they are on a Pirelli rubber, and that has introduced some difficulties in coming to understand the new tyres and make sure that they are getting the requisite performance out of them. And it seems that they have adapted quite well. This #1 car sitting second in the championship coming into the next race. They are only 4 points behind the number 39 of Nakib Aslan and Mitchell Chiminjay.
Looks like they're attempting a push lap, but the tyre grip is just not there. The car is very nervous, very skittish. Every time they try to lean on the grip, the car sort of skips and slides a little bit, but that might just continue to build into the next lap, and I don't think these times are yet completely representative.
No, so we will get the first times on the board. 143.4 from Kantadi Kasiri. That's about a second off what we saw in the first session. Hayden Heikal putting himself into second place in the number 36 meanwhile. Still waiting on times for just under half of this field. The GTC Toyota Altis, the first in its class to put a time down of 147.9. Looks like Fuapon is going to be the one at the wheel for this one in the number 33. Initially 5th place on a 146.5. A bit more time to be found there for the 39 machine run by Ingin Auto Works Racing.
No time yet for this 99, but the sectors look relatively strong, though the middle sector did drop a tiny bit of time compared to their teammates in the #1. Still, I looks like these AAS Porsches are pressured that they'll come good by about the middle of this session rather than just the first flying lap.
Speaking of the first flying laps, we've had lap times cancelled for cars 39, 1, 33 and 95. So 4 machines that have gotten their lap times deleted there, and actually it's been a good response from Kantadi Kasiri, who goes back to provisional pole there after Hayden Heikal briefly took it. There's just over 0.3 of a second between our top 2 in GT4 at the moment. Check in on the number 9 here. And this is not going to be ideal for this car. One of the cars that had lap time deleted for exceeding track limits there. Chris Vasaratna at the wheel of this one, sharing the car with Akarapong Akaninarot, who piloted the car in qualifying 1. This is not going to be ideal for them. They need to get another time on the board and hopefully try to catch up a bit to Damien Hamilton, who's managed to put a time down in the Ford meanwhile. 1:45.7 is the current provisional pole time in race 2 for the GTC class. We'll have to wait and see if there's any extra movements in the top of the GT4 class as well, because things are looking pretty close at the moment between Kentavy Kasiri and Caden Haikal.
This has been tidy so far. So turn 7, very neat. Turn 4 was neat. Turn 8 was no problems at all. So while it's still a push lap flying along, I think we've seen just a little more respect for track limits so far. So as we don't get understeer out of the final corner, that looks like a lap that should count. And on the screen, do they move much?
They do not. 1:47.4. So they're going to have to find a bit more speed to catch up to Damien Hamilton from here.
That completed from the 95 that will hopefully still stand, having had some deleted earlier. So they sit in 4th place at the moment. Only need a 0.3 of a second improvement to get another spot in this session, if possible. Big braking zone into turn 3. Car squirrels around on the ABS, but should still provide confidence to the driver to take that late apex, open up the power. Turbocharged inline 6 from the Supra, and that's the engine that most racing Supras have.
Yes, most. Until you start going back to the Super GT era of the late 90s and early 2000s, where they ran a V8.
Or Australia next year.
True. That is going to happen. I'm very hyped for that.
This looks quick, but it still looks like it's keeping the car within the track limits. From the 95, red and white, a little reminiscent of some of those sort of Super GT liveries, very striking and gorgeous in the sun, leaning on the left rear tyre through that really, really long turn 9. And you've got to position yourself well, because then through 10 and 11 onto this straight heading towards the final braking zone of the lap, you want to carry speed onto that straight. Even track limits at the apex of 12, it could be in consideration, not just the exit of a couple of the corners, but, you know, push on and hope that your laps stand.
That one was a little bit off from what they were able to manage earlier by about a 10th. Damien Hamilton might be thinking about the stewards having a chat to him, because I saw a notification that car 88 was under investigation for an assisted engine start. So let's keep an eye out for any developments there. Lap times cancelled for cars 99 and 32, and the number 9 as well. That is the number 9 being the second of our GTC cars here today. So their lap time will still stand at 1:47.4. So the 36, the 99, and the 95, that's the cars currently in 3rd, 6th, and 7th that have not been able to make any improvements recently. Kentavy Kasiri, meanwhile, has brought the pole time for race 2 down to a 1:43.5. So a little bit more for Mitchell Chiminje to make up, but with 3.5 minutes to go, that number 39 is in the pits at the moment, so unclear if they're going to make it back out, be able to set another time.
performance profile of these tyres is interesting, though, isn't it? Because the very first flying lap is not going to be your pole lap, but the 5th or 6th lap on the tyres also seems to have degradation of performance. So you're wondering where exactly is the magic point for the tyres, somewhere between laps 2 and 4, and can you back off and have them come back, or once they've given their best, is that all? B sector for the 7. Good sectors coming in for the 19. So this lap, again, could be an improvement.
Let's see then. 19 unable to get a time down to get them off the bottom of the grid for the moment. It's a 149.7 from Sutapong there. Meanwhile, Romain Leroux behind in the number 7 has just gone to 2nd place. So what did I tell you? Look out for that number 7. With Leroux in the car, it's an absolute weapon. Ian Graham Dowsett will be well happy with the front row for the 2nd race.
He's bulletproof and he's going in for the kill.
Something, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, I don't know.
Headlights flashing, so he doesn't want to be impeded on this one either. As he
in front of him.
presses on. Well, there was the 19
Yes,
sort of 200, 300 meters ahead. So if they back off, then they'll need to be aware.
Yeah, this could be potential pole time for Romain Leroux if he holds on to it and is not impeded by the lapped car. Just looks rapid here. He's using the curbs to their full advantage without exceeding track limits, but this is not ideal here for Leroux. He would have gotten held up by maybe a 10th or so there. Gets to the apex just fine, though. We'll see if this time holds up as a result.
I think he had to take a very narrow line in as well. I don't imagine it's conducive to a great lap time to also then be running through the wake for a couple of corners either. This will be the final lap if they stick with it, seeing we're underneath a minute, so checkered flag shortly for the 6 or 7 cars that are out on track by all measures.
Yes, indeed. And, well, unfortunately, I mean, the lap that Romain Leroux just did wasn't faster than his present best, but the time was still cancelled. Apparently exceeded track limits at turn 4. The number 1 car is back out there as well, but potentially a bit too late. Cantadi Kusiri just touring around slowly there. Still has provisional pole.
Love that effects microphone. That's exactly what
great.
GT4 cars sound like.
That's fantastic.
It's not me or Reese, but it could be.
It's not Dan in the background either. That is audio coming from the track. I remember something similar happening at the Brazilian Grand Prix a few years ago.
Happened at Kota too. It's
Yes.
a tried and true tradition.
It certainly is. Well,
Checkered flag.
yep, number 1 has brought it back into the pits. Their time is not under threat, at least as far as we are aware. We'll wait here for Romain Leroux to finish his lap here. It looks like they've lost. They may be losing 2nd place here. Looks like Hayden Heikal has managed to put the number 36 back into 2nd place. No other improvements from what I can see from other cars around here. That is checkered flag there for the number 36 and 143.735. 0.06 of a second faster than what Romain Leroux could manage in the Aston. So that's a front row there for Daniel Bilski and Hayden Heikal for race number 2.
I liked that session. Bit of variety. Porsche from Toyota, from Aston Martin, from Toyota, from Porsche. Really solid performance from the Aston Martin as well, where they'll start one of the races from third. They'll start race 2 from third. Ooh, nice big wide camera at turn 3.
Yeah, I think that's the most we've seen of that corner all weekend so far. It's usually the very tight shot as the drivers find their way through, but you really get a sense for what the run into the corner is like. Turn 3 is one of those corners that you see appearing at a lot of newer racetracks, actually, where the track widens a lot on the way in to a very sharp initial apex. And that obviously encourages a lot of side-by-side, especially on the first lap. But the conventional line through the corner is still a solid arc, so you need to be careful not to turn in too early. It may seem tempting to do so, but yeah, don't do it. Right then, so that is the end of qualifying 2 for TSS Supercar GT4 and GTC. The next session is about 10 minutes away, where we will be seeing our Supercar GT3 and GTM categories out on track. We'll step away for a few moments and come back when the fast boys are out on track.
สปอร์ตนะครับปีนี้เนี่ยลูกชายของคุณเตอร์นะครับก็คือน้องเตอร์อันนี้นะโคนเองก็ไปสร้างประวัติศาสตร์ในวงการล้อเปิดระดับโลกครับชนะสปรินต์ได้2 ครั้งแล้วก็ชนะรอบฟิกเจอร์เรสหรือว่าเบนเรสไป1 ครั้งปีหน้ามีข่าวเป็นที่ F2 นะครับเดี๋ยวรอประกาศยืนยันอีกครั้งนึงในส่วนของ4 ล้อของประเทศไทยนะครับก็ถือว่ามีการยกระดับพัฒนาเยอะเลยครับอันนี้ครับยักษ์วรวุฒิโลกัสซีครับที่เราส่งนะครับน้องเจมส์นันทวุฒิก็ได้รับการประกาศเป็นออฟฟิเชียลอย่างเป็นทางการแล้วนะครับปีหน้าจะได้รับการโปรโมทขึ้นไปแข่งฟอร์มูล่า3ก็ขอเป็นไทยครับครับดีเลยพอแข่งขันในประเทศครับ
Welcome back once again to the English language broadcast for the Thailand Super Series, the final round checkmate at Chang International Circuit. Just getting ready to start the first qualifying session for GT3 and GTC. It's been an interesting weekend so far. Plenty of drama in our touring car and truck categories. And the first of our GTM and GT4 sessions just concluding. Now it is time to sort things out for the very fast GT3 machinery. I'm Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me in the comms box, and Dan Yeaman handling the stream behind the scenes. So it's exactly the same as it was for GT4 and GTM. GT4 and GTC. It's GT3 and GTM for this session. 2 15-minute sessions, and each session defines the grid for one of our 2 races. The primary driver will be in the car for Q1, second driver in the car for Q2. Best time from Q1 will be pole for today, and best time in Q2 will be pole for tomorrow. So let's see what they can do here as the first laps begin for our GT3 machinery.
So again, it's all about that tyre preparation, the outlap, and then going not quite all there yet, and continuing more preparation. It's a slightly new scheme for B-Quik Absolute Racing in the 786 here. Tough to spot on a sunny day. Sorry, tough to miss on a sunny day or in the dark.
Good to see an Audi R8 still out there for B-Quik Absolute Racing. This car, of course, not a part of most GT3 competitions anymore. With Audi's decision to close its factory sports car team to focus on its upcoming F1 bid. But we always like to have a German V10 out there strutting its stuff. Sack at the wheel for this one in the first session. Waiting for those first initial times to come in. The times that we're seeing on our timing screens are just the outlaps for now. But the first times are starting to come in now. PT Bhakti for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand in the Honda NSX. The first one to get a time on the board there, a 1:39.0. And Sack in the Audi setting a 1:42.8 to start things off there, 3.8 seconds off.
AAS Motorsport EBM car, Vuitton Interpuvizak and Lauren Heinrich. That's an interesting effect, Mike. I preferred when it was Neum, but we're having some other form of conversation come through it. The 18 goes to third, second. It's shuffling around with Vuitton driving at the moment. Lauren Heinrich's got some big Porsche things coming his way. I believe he's driving in the final round of the World Endurance Championship in the Porsche LMDH.
Yes, indeed. He's got quite a bit on his plate, hasn't he? I remember these guys, unfortunately, in the number 18, missed out on a great result at the Bangsen Grand Prix. Lauren Heinrich was out in front for the longest time, and then unfortunately, Vuitton, once he got in the car, had a big incident down at the waterfront chicane, and the car ended the race in pieces and in flames. But the Porsche is back on track here at Chang International Circuit, and Vuitton is really wheeling it around this circuit at the moment. I think those tyre tracks are still left over from the Super Touring race where the Mazda 2 with its turbo engine was absolutely lighting up the front tyres out of that corner. Fourth place after the first run of laps here for Vuitton. And it seems they will maintain second place out of that one. That's a big improvement to a 38.0, but PT Bhakti still on top. 0.8 of a second ahead.
Couple of cars get some lap times deleted. That's always the story of the qualifying here. So we have, as you can see by the blue and the orange on the timing point, 5 cars of GT3, 5 cars of GTM, which are comparable in pace, but not the homologated cars. So the fastest at the moment is now going to be that Mark car Ford Mustang, just going ahead of the Ferrari Challenge 296. You've got the 2 Supras from Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, and also Saiwai Simon Chan in the Porsche Cup car from Fire Monkey Motorsports. Black and lime green being their colours.
Pink kicks at the wheel of this Porsche, the man behind B-Quik Absolute Racing. And one of the foremost promoters of TSS. You'll notice a graphic on the side of the car there. A sad event happening in previous weeks. Thailand's Queen Sirikrit passing away on the 24th of October, and a year-long period of national mourning has been decreed in Thailand. It's the reason why you see the series graphics in the bottom left corner of the screen grayed out, and various other alterations to car liveries, uniforms, etc.
The translated version of the press release from the series reads, Her Majesty Queen Sirikrit, the Queen Mother, passed away on October 24th. She will remain in the hearts of Thai people forever. We humbly express our deepest gratitude for her boundless grace, I think is the translation of the message.
Indeed. We certainly pay our respects as well here in the Speed Cafe commentary booth too. Well, further on into the session then, this car currently on provisional pole in GTC. And actually looking quite good at the moment versus other GTM, sorry, and other car, quite the gap to other cars in the class.
Unique piece of kit. This, an Australian-built race car, space frame with the Ford Mustang body panels on it, but you can put a whole bunch of different body panels on it if you want. If you wanted it to be a Mercedes, if you wanted it to be a Mazda 3, Ford Mustang's been very popular. There's also a Camaro that doesn't quite look right. The Mustang it looks pretty good, and it's designed for endurance racing. So you'll see them sometimes at the Bathurst 12-hour. Very popular in some of the Creventic endurance races, where people are looking for a fast but more affordable race car, and that's what the Mark car's designed to do. There's an Australian series for them where they race just with the Mark IRC cars, but there's plenty of them floating around the world in series like this where they're accepted.
Meanwhile, Simon Chan in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Always a factor. Currently sits 10th, and my goodness, he is pushing it through the final corner there. The end of that lap, well, at the very least, it's managed to get him off the last spot in the standings, but can't be the best start to the next lap, being right onto the start-finish straight. Does he have enough time to get around and do another lap? He should. I wonder how hard he's ended up working those tyres as a result. Manat, meanwhile, at the wheel of the number 9 Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supra. These cars in the GTM class were originally Lexus RCFs, but had their bodywork updated this year to match the styling of the GR Supra. They've certainly lost none of their pace.
I really like these. There's a lot of engineering underneath the skin to them that's very interesting. They look very low and aggressive. They've still got that sort of trademark bump to the roofline of the Supra, but they've got that sort of GT500 DTM look to them, where there's a little bit of a height taken out of below the door sill that just makes them sit a little lower, a little meaner. And there are some tracks and some configurations where they can be incredibly quick.
Indeed. We have Natavude as well in the 24, the other of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supras. Oldest competitor in the field, and certainly is a factor at any event he turns up to. Looks like that's going to be the end of the run there for Manat in the number 9. And I don't know if he'll be able to get back out there in time to set another lap. Keep our eyes on the 18 of Vutakorn, who has taken pole position in the interim and improves further to a 136.992. Very nice indeed. Lauren Heinrich will be watching on from the pits and be very happy with that one. If that holds up, and we know how quick Lauren Heinrich is, there's potential for that car to be on pole for both races this weekend. And that would be a great way to end the season.
And Vodafone Benabakti in the 89 Ferrari, which is a GT3 car, a 296 GT3, slotted into third at the moment, and you can see that the margin to second place is very, very slim there as well. It looks like a good lap so far that the 89 is on. We've got our eyes on Saiwai Simon Chan, one of the many Fire Monkey Motorsport cars all throughout, and jumping to the top. It is a very, very good lap for Vodafone Benabakti in the 89. And how much of a margin would you like for pole, Reese?
Oh, that's crazy. A mere 0.06 of a second separating our two cars at the top. There's your new pole sitter right there. Vodafone Benabakti getting that Ferrari 296 around this circuit in just under 97 seconds. Beautiful car, beautiful driving as well. But Vutikorn responding, and PT Benabakti.
I think the lap time was deleted for the 89.
Yeah, okay, lap time deleted, unfortunately, for the number 89. Bit too much usage of the track beyond the curb at turn 4, we're hearing. So, I think for Vorevud here, this is going to be his last chance. He's going to have to nail this lap and potentially the next one if he wants to maintain that provisional pole. Meanwhile, number 77 PSC Motorsport machine, part of the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand stable. Potentially, no. They do have Singer Motorsport logos on them. As across the line comes Vorevud Benabakti, and that is an improvement up to second place. 137.2. He might have just enough time to go for one more lap. The checkered flag is out. He crossed the line before the timer hit 0. But the other Ferrari in this field, the sort of Ferrari Challenge variant of the 296, managing to get into third place in GTM, so they'll be very happy with that result. Final times in for Sak in the 786 Audi there, and unable to improve on that 37.9. In comes Vutikorn, who seems pretty confident at the moment that there is something in it here for pole position. All of our GTM cars are done, but we're still waiting on Vorevud Benabakti to see if he can get that time any closer to what is now a 137.0 for Vutikorn.
This is how you know how serious it is. We've gone from Super Touring with handheld fans to GT4 with one floor fan to GTM with 2 floor fans to keep the big V8 in these Supras chilled out between the qualifying sessions. Red wheels for the number 9 and the 24, the other colour wheels. The number 9's been the faster qualifying of the two. There's your provisional pole sitter. Nope, a bit further back.
Looks like no improvement from Vorevud Benabakti. So that car will remain in second place for the start of the first race for GT3. Of course, now there is a short break between sessions. We're going to be getting our second drivers into the cars, and the second drivers are usually the higher rated of the two. So look out for some blistering lap times to be set in the next session coming up. That's going to conclude that little bit of coverage, and We'll step away in this break and be right back with you for the start of qualifying 2 for GT3 and GTM. And we have returned to on-track action here at the Chung International Circuit. Qualifying 2 for TSS Supercar GT3 and GTM. Seeing a great run from many cars up the front of this field. We have the second drivers in the cars now. Butakorn putting the number 18 AAS Motorsport Porsche on pole position for the first race of the night, of the day, sorry. And then Lauren Heinrich jumping in to that car for his tilt at pole for race 2 on Sunday. Meanwhile, the PSC Motorsports Ferrari Challenge car in GTM, third place in the first session. Now we have Afik in the number 77. He'll be trying his best to nab a GTM pole for that incredibly quick machine. Love seeing the Ferrari Challenge car out there, and it'll be very interesting to see how they conduct themselves in the race to come, David. This car does have a few extra little rules associated with it in the GTM class. It has a very small fuel tank. It isn't able to make the full race distance, so they have to alter a few things regarding pit time and such. It's going to be interesting to see how this car performs in this session.
Yeah, they've all just been preparing their tyres as we go to the next set. The drivers includes Jalen Robotham in this Mark car Ford Mustang. It's a Ford Coyote V8 in there, I do believe. Some of the later IRC cars have got a Chevrolet engine in them. So how's the straight line performance from it? The answer is 242 k's an hour, so it's keeping up in a straight line with the GT3 cars, but they are just a little more advanced in the corners. Not by a whole lot. Can get pretty close between a GT3 and a Mark car.
Certainly can. Highest top speed so far is from Kantasak Kasiri in the number 12, 250 k's an hour down the straight. Jalen Robotham here, sharing car with Craig Corliss. Corliss Race Engineering, of course, running this entry, and got some solid motor racing chops, has Jalen Robotham. Co-driver at the Sandown 500 and Bathurst 1000 last year. And he has a burgeoning international career ahead of him. Back out on track is Natavude Charansuka, solo driver in the 24 entry for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. Qualified a bit further down the order in the first session. We'll see if he's learnt anything from that, and we'll find some extra pace here in session number 2. Already had a couple of lap times cancelled for cars 12 and 26. That's the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche and the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda. The car that was really challenging for pole position in the last session. So looks like Sandy Stuvik, having taken over car number 26 from Henk Kicks, is going to have to tighten things up a little bit out on track, but we know that he's one of the top competitors in this field. He also races in the Super Pickup Division 1 for Ford Aurora Racing Team in the Rangers. They'll be looking to bounce back later on today after an absolutely horrendous result in the last of the races done yesterday.
Double DNF?
Yeah, both trucks failing. But for the moment, Sandy Stuvik will be focusing on getting his flat 6 Porsche around this circuit in the fastest time possible, right after he visits the pits again, apparently.
Yeah, both of the B-Quik cars coming in right now. So is this a get out there, run 2 laps, then get repressured type situation? There's got to be a plan if both of them are following the run plan. There goes AAS Motorsport. So So Lauren Heinrich, we saw getting in. We saw him adjusting the steering wheel to his liking as well. You said he was going to have a tilt, and he certainly did when he moved the steering wheel a little closer to him.
Yep, for sure. We'll see if he can get this lap time down. He and Vutakorn seem pretty well matched on pace for this round. I think this number 18 has been one of the most competitive driver pairings of the whole season. Have a look at how hard he pushes through turn 4. Still trying to catch up a little more to the current pole time.
He's doing some mowing.
Oh, he certainly is. A little bit of grass being taken there. Kantasak Kasiri on pole with a 135.5, so the pace has really come down here with the secondary drivers, often higher rated, now in the cars and really maximizing the grip. Heinrich purple in sector 2, so this is looking like a good lap. He was 4/10 off the best sector 1 time in that first sector. Across the line he will come, and we'll see if there's improvement there, and it will be. Purple in sector 3 as well. AAS Motorsport 2 provisional pole, and we still have more than half the session to go.
B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi is coming out, and the way the wheel spin was in the pit lane, it's almost like they didn't put new tyres on for the first 5 minutes of this session and just have now. I don't know, keep an eye on it. Already weaving a little bit, which is what I'd expect of new tyres, but not expect of repressured older tyres. This is definitely a tyre change going on for the Ferrari at Singer Motorsport Team Thailand as well. So maybe that's something a few of them have thought about, is save the new set of tyres for a tiny bit deeper in the session rather than putting them on initially.
Yeah, because with a new set of tyres, I believe that, well, in some of the biggest GT3 series around the world, they do use tyre warmers, but I don't believe they do for TSS. So you're putting that brand new Pirelli rubber on. It's got the release agent on the outside. It's cold as well. It's basically ambient temperature. So you need to go through a warm-up phase for the tyres, and a 15-minute session might be a little too short for that to really happen properly. So I understand that perspective. You want to put on tyres that have already gone through a heat cycle, and so we'll be able to get back up to temperature a little bit quicker without having to go through all of those chemical changes during the initial heat-up phase. So the Ferrari here, challenging for pole in session number 1. New tyres going on to...
Unscrubbed, sticker on it.
Yeah, the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda here is going to go for a big tilt. Piti Bhirombhakdi and Kantasak Kasiri are looking for front row starts in both races this weekend. Meanwhile, there was an improvement from Lauren Heinrich, but it looks like that lap has been cancelled for exceeding track limits at turn 1. Cars 10 and 26, that's the GTM Porsche Saiwai Simon Chan and Natavude in the GTM, no, sorry, 26, that's Sandy Stuvik in the B-Quik Porsche. They've also had their times cancelled for exceeding track limits at turn 4. So back out on the track now on brand new tyres for Kantasak Kasiri. See what he can do to narrow that gap to Lauren Heinrich, which currently sits at just over 0.2 of a second.
Well, this could certainly be a car to watch in the final 5 minutes, because they're just exiting pit lane on what appeared to be 4 brand new tyres. We saw them doing, I think, the right rear and then both of the fronts, so I think it will have been all 4. And so those tyres will just be coming good in the very, very final minutes, maybe the final lap of this session, because this is the outlap you got to complete. probably won't quite fire up for the next lap. So it'll be the lap after that, about 2 minutes to go, where you start to think we can fire this up. So some very, very late fireworks. And I think this could be the fire starter right here.
Certainly could be. He's seemingly doing a good job of warming up those tyres. He's going full tilt through a lot of these corners.
Of course, we're looking hot brakes on the car when they came and put this new set on as well, which is not really the case at the start of the session. So you go out there, you do a couple of minutes to get some heat into the brakes and the whole rest of the car as well. And then the new tyres go on. Despite a couple of these lap times being deleted for Lauren Heinrich, it seems like it's the lap times that weren't the quick one, and the quick one still stands. So that's fortunate, but we're not seeing near as much improvement, and they don't have time to come around, put a new set of tyres on, etc., etc. So I feel like the 135 flat will remain the benchmark, and it will be a struggle for them to improve on that. There are a couple of cars that could get close. Sandy Stuvik is currently 4th.
Yeah, still in the 136s at the moment, but we know that Sandy is capable of more.
Last lap was a PB.
Seeing a purple sector 2 on the previous lap for Carol in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi, which is looking quite pacey at the moment. So it seems that late on in the session here, I mean, the sun is out. Remember, when we started this telecast, it was overcast. There were clouds all over. There was no sunlight hitting the circuit, but now there's plenty. Track temperature will have gone up. They can switch those tyres on a little quicker and maybe get better lap times out of it as a result. It's back into this final sector of the circuit, still a little bit in shadow. In comes Sandy Stuvik then to the final corner. We'll see if this next lap turns out to be the one for the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche. Sector 1 ends at the exit of turn 3, which is the hairpin at the end of the back straight. This is the other B-Quik car, meanwhile. The Audi, which is turning out to be having a great day at the moment. For one of the older, I guess you could say more obsolete cars in the field, it's quite an impressive performance.
Visually reminiscent of the final year of WRT with Audi and the Skechers Valentino Rossi car. Only needs 4 tenths to improve a spot. Only needs a couple tenths to get pole. They get a couple of tenths and it moves them to second place. A tenth of a second away from pole.
Well done. Great lap there from the 786. I would presume that time is going to stand. It looked like a clean lap from where I was sitting.
But we know that based on when the new tyres went on for Kantasak Kasiri, that right now is when they should be good. We're now 4 minutes since they left pit lane, probably on the flying lap now that the tyres were best pressured for. So I think 3 cars in the top 3 within 2 tenths of a second from 3 different marks is very, very great to see for the qualifying session and bodes well for the races coming up both later today and tomorrow. I haven't given up on pushing on this one either. Mind those track limits in turn 5. Really strong rotation coming out of turn 6 because you need to get back to the left-hand side of the road for turn 7. And there is the lap time from a new set of Pirelli slick tyres.
There it is. Kantasak Kasiri putting in the first time in the 134s. That is crazy pace there from the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda. And I don't know if anyone's going to be able to match that. There'll certainly be no challenge from the AAS Motorsport car. Lauren Heinrich already put it into the pits, and it looks like Carol has improved that time for the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. Up into second place, a mere 0.02 of a second ahead.
And a 4th player's entered the fight. The Ferrari from Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, Carlo V, jumped up into 3rd briefly. Then Lauren Heinrich, I think, bumped him back down into 4th. So now it's 4 cars in 2/10 from 4 marks.
Just incredible. Late improvement there from Carlo Van Dam to get that car up into P4 for the start of race 2. Don't forget that's going to be taking place tomorrow. So this is all setting up for Sunday's action in this particular session right here. It looks like Kantasat Kusiri is still going here. Timer at 0, but he crossed the line before that happened, so he can potentially improve again. He was purple in Sector 1, and it looks like he did improve by another 1/10 of a second or so.
A second and third is 0.002 of a second as well. So that is awesome. Your 5 GT3 cars end up ahead of the 5 GTM cars as well, with the marker car from Jalen Robotham. Again, top of GTM.
And it looks like that's going to be the end there. Everyone's in the pits now. Oh, no. It looks like lap time cancelled for car 89 on their 9th lap, exceeding track limits at turn 4, so it's unclear exactly what lap that was, but it looks like his best lap was lap 8, so he might be okay. They will maintain that 4th place. Well, in the midst of all of that, qualifying done and dusted for our GT categories, and the next race will be coming up very shortly with on-track action set to resume again after lunch as well. For the moment, everyone brings their cars in, and we'll get ready for Thailand's Super Pickup to make its next appearance. So we're going to step away once again here, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes or so for the start of the Super Pickup Division 2 Race 7.
เจ็ด1 2 3 2ตัวครับเสียบของ RF1 อันนี้ไมค์พิธีกรครับไมค์พิธีกร1 2 3 4 5 6แข่งครับ1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 2 3 เอาทีละตัวหรือทีละหลายตัวโลเด็กบันทิ1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5ได้ไหมอันนี้ตอนนี้เสียบอยู่ในไมค์ในกล้องเดียวกันครับเสียบในกล้องเดียวกันไปนักแข่งครับ1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10ไปนักแข่งครับไปนักแข่งครับ1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5เจ็ด1 2 3 4เดี๋ยวมีคนมาถือเนี่ย
เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับกลับเข้ามาชมบรรยากาศการแข่งขันกันต่อนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันในรายการ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2025 นะครับซึ่งแน่นอนนะครับเรากำลังอยู่ที่สนามช้าง International Circuit จังหวัดบุรีรัมย์แห่งนี้นะครับรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังบนนี้ครับคือรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup Division 2 Class C นะครับซึ่งผลจากการแข่งขันของสนามที่แล้วเนี่ยนะครับบิ๊กสุภาพมงคลเดชเพชรเนี่ยเข้าเป็นที่ 1 ของรายการนะครับทำให้วันนี้กฎของการ Reverse Grid นะครับทำให้บิ๊กไปอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่ 5 หมายความว่าผู้ที่อยู่ในอันดับที่ 5 ของเมื่อวานเนี่ยจะออกตัวในกริดสตาร์ทที่ 1 กับบังอันนะครับแสงชัยวรรณเทมไปพูดคุยกันครับแน่นอนนะครับก่อนที่เราจะไปคุยกับบังอันก็ได้คุยกับผู้จัดการทีมบ้างแล้วนะครับการเตรียมตัวของเขาในปีนี้ผลงานยังไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าตั้งใจจะมาวิ่งงานบางแสนนะฮะแต่วันนี้ต้องมาถึงนี้แล้วครับบังอันเป็นไงบ้างครับ
ครับผมก็เต็มที่ครับวันนี้ครับผม
ครับได้ข่าวว่าเห็นตั้งใจจะมาแค่งานบางแสนเหรอ
ใช่ครับตอนนั้นป่วยครับ
อ๋อแต่มาไม่ได้เข้าวิ่งร่วมการแข่งขัน
ใช่ครับผม
ครับแต่ก็
วิ่งนี่แทน
มาวิ่งนี่แทนเลยแล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการเตรียมความพร้อมในสนามท้ายฤดูกาลละ
ก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับเราก็พร้อม 100% เหมือนกันครับ
พร้อม 100% เลยนะครับก็เดี๋ยวมาติดตามผลงานให้ดูแล้วเดี๋ยวปีหน้าก็คือเต็มที่เต็มระบบเลย
ใช่ครับ
ฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ติดตามผม9ลิตรด้วยนะครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับแสงชัยวรรณทิมนะครับหรือบังอันนั่นเองนะครับจริงๆลีดเดอร์หรือเป็นผู้นำเนี่ยนะครับก็จะเป็นอิทธิศักดิ์แก้วดีนะครับตามมาด้วยอาร์ตจักรพันธ์นะครับวรรณรัตน์แล้วก็อีกท่านหนึ่งก็คือสดพูนทรัพย์แต่เดี๋ยวเรามาพูดคุยกับจ่าฝูงของเราก่อนนะฮะซึ่งเมื่อวานเนี่ยเข้ามาเป็นอันดับที่ 5 แต่วันนี้อยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่เมื่อวานเข้ามาเป็นอันดับที่ 4 วันนี้อยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่2นะฮะสวัสดีครับพี่นุ๊กครับ
ครับผมสวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับปีนี้
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากครับเพราะว่าคะแนนเราอยู่อันดับ
ครับ
ปีนี้ก็ต้องวางแผนให้ดีเป็นพิเศษครับว่าเอาให้จบไว้ก่อนครับครับก็เรื่องการรู้ในสนามก็อาจจะน้อยลงไป
เพราะเมื่อวานก็ออกสตาร์ท
อันดับสุดท้ายเลยครับ
ใช่ไหมฮะแล้วก็ไล่ขึ้นมาเรื่อยๆเลย
ไล่ขึ้นมาจากอันดับที่4ครับ
ครับ แต่ก็มีปัญหานะเพราะรถก็ออกไปจากสนามนี่หลายคันเหมือนกัน
ใช่ครับใช่ครับ
ใช่ไหมฮะเพราะฉะนั้นก็ถือว่าวันนี้ก็ประคองรักษาระยะในเรื่องของแต้มเรากลับให้จบ
ใช่ครับ
แน่นอนคว้าแชมป์ประจำปี
ใช่ครับเพราะว่า
ไม่ไกล
ความฝันของเราคือแชมป์ประเทศไทยครับ
นี่นะฮะฝากถึงแฟนๆหนะครับ
ฝากเชียร์นะครับเกมไม่ได้เกมจากต่างชาติผมสปอนเซอร์ต่างๆครับครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับขอบคุณครับพิศักดิ์แก้วดีนะครับ ก็ต้องดูกันไปนะฮะจนจบการแข่งขันนะครับ ถ้าเกิดว่าเขารักษาระดับระยะการแข่งขันไว้ได้นะครับ แชมป์ประเทศไทยก็ไม่หนีไปไหนนะครับ ส่วนอันดับ3นะครับของวันนี้ยังอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่เดิมนะครับกับพี่โหน่งนะครับทัศนัยใจมั่นสวัสดีครับ เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ครับตื่นเต้นครับพี่
ตื่นเต้นอีกแล้วยังตื่นเต้นอยู่เหรอ
ตื่นครับ
ขนาดเมื่อวานก็เข้ามาเป็นที่3นะ
ครับตื่นเต้นครับ
และยังตื่นเต้นทุกครั้ง ซึ่งก็ถือว่าพอใจไหมสำหรับผลงานในการแข่งขันไปปีนี้
เข้าใจมากครับพี่
ครับ แล้วปีหน้าล่ะ
จะพัฒนาต่อไปครับ
แน่นอน เพราะถือว่าเราเดินทางมาจนถึงแบบนี้แล้ว ส่วนผมถามนิดนึง ในเรื่องของการแข่งขันเนี่ยในรุ่นของThailand Super Pickup เนี่ยไม่ว่าจะเป็น Class A B และ C เนี่ยส่วนใหญ่เนี่ยสิ่งที่จะมีการเข้ามาควบคุมทั้งกฎกติกา อย่างควันดำก็ดี track limit มักจะมีเหตุการณ์อย่างเงี้ยเกิดกับรุ่นนี้ค่อนข้างเยอะสำหรับตัวพี่หน่งแล้วมีความเห็นว่าไงครับครับกติกาดีมากครับก็น่าจะเป็นการยกระดับของนักแข่งให้ทุกท่านเนี่ยได้มีมาตรฐานที่ดีขึ้นครับฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับพี่หน่งครับ
ยังไงก็ฝากติดตามนะครับพัฒนาใจมั่น
ครับ
ใจเป็นพัฒนาใจมั่น
ครับครับขอบพระคุณครับทัศนัยใจมั่นนะครับทัศนัยขาไข่เนี่ยแหละฮะอย่าลืมนะฮะเรายังมีอีกหลายๆท่านที่เป็นนักแข่งในคลาสนี้นะครับใครจะเป็นแชมป์สำหรับสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีกับ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
Hello, one and all, watching all around the world. We hope that you've enjoyed the action so far if you've been here. And if you're just joining us, well, you're just in time for Thailand Super Pickup Division 2. The second of the races we're having today here on Saturday. The second day of Checkmate. The final round of the Thailand Super Series by B-Quik for 2025. Here on Speed Cafe and on the Thailand Super Series YouTube channel, it's me, Reese Gardner, with David Haynes alongside me in the commentary box. Dan Yeaman is ensuring that we are getting the feed from the racetrack at the the Chang International Circuit. That was a fantastic Reese Gardner gaff right there. You're probably going to get a few more of them before the day is out. David, save me. This is a great category. It gave us some great action yesterday.
Absolutely did. So for their second race of the weekend, it's another 12-lap affair, given that they're doing lap times around the Chang International Circuit of about 2 minutes. We're going to have a 24, 25-ish minute race, depending on. It looks like everything's going to stay dry. It looks like we've had very little safety car interruption, even earlier today in Super Touring, where I thought there was a possibility of it. So wide runoffs, many escape points around the track. It's giving us relatively uninterrupted racing. 2 categories of Super Pickup. This is D2. D1 still to come. D2 is almost entirely Isuzu D-Maxes, except for one lone Chevrolet Colorado in there. It's D1 where you're going to see all sorts, like Ford Rangers, Toyota Hilux Champs, and Mitsubishi Tritons, Ford Rangers, etc. 1 minute till they get to their formation lap on this one. All of them diesels. It will be a rolling start.
Yes, and you're already seeing the first hints of black smoke there. Big aspect of this category is there is a limit on how much black smoke you can emit, and you will be forced to take a trip through pit lane if the race organizers deem that you are putting too much black smoke out there. After qualifying was all done yesterday, we're going to have Sangchai Wanathim on pole position for this one in car number 90. And we're looking forward to seeing if he can hold on for that win. Wasn't quite able to get it yesterday. A 12-lap or 30-minute race, whichever comes first. It'll likely be 12 laps, but if we get a couple of safety car interventions, that may well push the time taken. And it will result in us going time certain, but like I say, that shouldn't be the case here. As they tour around on their formation lap, we'll get a chance to have another look at where we are at the moment. The Chang International Circuit, a fantastic motorsport venue, the premier venue in Thailand when it comes to permanent racetracks. So it's a simple looking circuit from the air, but if you've seen the action already this weekend, you know that it is anything but, especially from turn 4 onwards. High commitment corners around this place, turns 8 and 9, where you're going to be seeing some very interesting moves. And the final turn, the slowest on the track, is going to be the scene of some big sends, particularly in the final laps. It's a tough one for sure. But it's always a pleasure to watch the trucks go around here. Speaking of the trucks, we do have Hankook rubber affixed to these machines. The Super Pickups share a tyre compound with the Thailand Super Ecos, and the Ventus RS4 by Hankook is the one. Provides a good amount of grip, but you put that up against the sheer weight of these machines and their high centers of gravity, and you end up having quite a bit of fun sliding these things around. So race 7, the second last race of the championship for Thailand Super Pickup. Sangchai Wanathim on pole position with Itasak Kaudi in second. Tassanai Jaimun and Anafap Sriklang are on your second row. Then we have Supermonkol Detpech starting alongside Thanawas Tangchip Manasal Wataya Rayai and Kiatasak Chujon on row number 4. Then Kitasak Chatapun Wataya starts alongside Somnuk Piantam, rounding out the top 10. In 11th place, Thanawat Netachanasit alongside Krid Prayadsub, and then Tanafak Sukjaron and Jakapan Wanarat will round out the 14 cars to take to the start here in Division 2. That's Class C in TSS Super Pickup. Going to be a fun one, David. I'm looking forward to seeing some big sends, some big slides, and who knows, maybe a few puffs of black smoke here and there.
Forming up 2x2, love that onboard. You've got a couple of gauges that give the drivers some idea about turbo boost. I think about fuel mixtures and other such. And very slow steering racks. The drivers do a lot of work on the steering to get around some of the tight corners, including this final corner where we're about to get underway.
So lights up. Once they go out, that's the race officially started. They haven't quite formed up into their 2x2 formation there by the time it goes out, but they are away. And Sangchai Wanathim will lead the way into the first turn here. H-pattern gearboxes in these cars. And that is way off into the gravel. Big slide for... that is the number 12 of Thanawas, going off in a big way at turn 1. First time this weekend I've seen a car out there. The race is on for second place. 3-way fight. Itisak Kaudi under a lot of attack there, as I think that might be Super Monkol Detpech that's tried up the inside there. But a runaway lead for Sangchai Wanathim already. And I think this is the quickest we've ever gotten to our first replay of the race, David. Just super deep into turn 1 for Thanawas, and all he could do was go around at that point.
Yeah, absolutely comedic. The track limits for turn 1 at lap 1 and so far beyond the curb, beyond the runoff, beyond the pit exit, and finding the gravel going so wide through turn 1 the first time through.
Race control is awarded car 12 black and white flag for exceeding track. No, we're not going to do that. Sangchai Wanathim then leading the way nicely on the way down to the final sector of this circuit. Some lovely flowing turns in this section, and it follows the terrain nicely as well. Cars 26 and 30 on for second place. It looks like that's Tassanai Jaimun actually in the 26 that's managed to get through into second place. Waiting to see where the 58 of Super Monkol is. He's there up in front of them all.
Leads me to a crazy suggestion. Maybe we could enforce the track limits by bringing more of that gravel a little bit closer. It seems to work. Just a suggestion. End of lap 1. Things are wild out of the final corner.
Very wild indeed. That's the 30 of Itisak Kaudi, driver who started in second place, and a bit slow into turn 1. Same for the one behind him as well. They were running side by side out of the final corner, and he's pulling off. Itisak Kaudi is out of the race. Unsure exactly what the issue is, and someone's around there at the exit of turn 1 too. Number 79, Somnuk Piantam, losing it somehow.
Someone else was straight but slow there as well, so some dramas beginning on the second lap.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, this series always provides something unexpected, something interesting happening out on track there.
Remember the attrition that we had in the other category of Super Pickup. I think 25 started and only 12 finished a 12-lap race. Well, we're headed for similar numbers the way that it's going here in D2. So that's where the 77's already slow there. And then that is a big moment.
Yeah, it just looked like it overcorrected on him when he tried to turn into the slide. That's not ideal at all. And the truck that was slow, I believe, was Anupap Stricklang, who was in 4th at the start of this lap. And he will stay 4th on the timing tower for the moment, but once they cross the line to start the next lap, we'll get another read into where everyone is at. Super Monkol Detpech who won the race yesterday in a commanding fashion, is making up some good time here. But he's not quite able to match the pace of Sangchai Wanathim up the front, at least in the short term here. I think as the race goes on, you'll find Super Mongol will close that gap quite a bit. Witaya Rayai currently in 4th place. There
Track
in
limits
the
out
number
of the
42.
final. Track limits out of the final corner, having the absolute mickey taken by a couple of drivers. I think the Tanafak's case there in the blue 86, the Suzu D-Max, it was actually just running so deep on the brakes that he ended up in the runoff rather than carrying too much speed through the apex. Just didn't even get it stopped to get it turned in the beginning.
Yeah, these trucks obviously require a lot of technique to get around a track quickly. And sometimes it's difficult to sort out the brakes there. We'll move up the inside from the 12 of Thanawas, who we first saw in the runoff area at turn 1 on lap 1. Now trying to find his way past the 56 of Kiatasak Chujon. Defensive then for Chujon there. But looks like the speed that Thanawas is carrying is too much to bear. But again, Thanawas seems to have trouble just woeing the car up there. He's going to go for the inside early there at turn 5, but oh, that is a huge lockup. And I saw marbles being thrown up as well from that car. The amount of body roll that I'm seeing from that thing is incredible, frankly. I'm amazed he's able to hold on to it.
Well, I think the race control is about to light up with some of the track limits. Seeing that the 86 of Tanafak just exceeding the track limits in the back there out of turn 7, turn 8, and then this is turn 9. We're a little bit wide. Let's take a look at some other track limits, why don't we?
Yeah, so truck number 69, that's Thanawat. Defensive from Songnuk Piantam.
Truck limits, if you will.
Very nice. Right, so...
Certainly, by the nature of their ground clearance and everything, they don't mind leaping over the curbs as much. And they do seem to be just a little tougher to predict how they're going to react in mid-corner. And so sometimes it seems to just catch the drivers out. I would have thought track limits before black smoke, but apparently race control are on that as well.
I think they might have just given a little grace period for everybody to sort themselves out in the first few laps. This is looking like an interesting battle here. Witaya Rayai getting that first black smoke warning, but this is the number 12 of Thanawas trying to hold off a two-pronged attack here from Thanafak and Kidtasak. And around the... Hang on, where's the... Oh, there it is. Tanafak Sukjaron there, taking the widest possible line through turn 3. I was a bit worried for a second there. Ultimately, they all sort themselves out in the same order again, but you can clearly see the amount of black smoke belching out of the back of the 86 there. Tanafak is running that fuel quite rich at the moment, but the number 12 of Thanawas will stay ahead for the time being. That's the battle for 7th place, I believe. Look at the wheel hop there from Thanafak, lifting the inside front on the way through turns 5 and 6. I don't know how they're able to hold on to it.
Could have been related to gear change as well, if you get a lot of sort of engine braking suddenly on the rear axle as you drop in or out of a gear. Cause it to pitch around. A bit higher up the road, around the outside, getting lots of fresh, cool air to that intercooler.
Yeah, big variety of bodywork that is used in this series, and it looks like the 42 is going for the pit lane. That is the black smoke penalty for Witaya Rayai there. So that's a tour through pit lane. A little settings change to make sure that it doesn't get the black smoke warning. And I get the feeling, yeah, there we go. Car 82, black smoke as well. That's Krid Prayadsub, who's a bit further down the field here than the 86 of Thanafak. But I get the feeling that race control will be looking at this 86 very closely and thinking maybe he's the next we're going to ping.
maybe you get away with it if you're also doing track limits, because then, you know, it's beyond the environment if it's out in the runoff. He says very tongue-in-cheek. That's like the late downshift on the rear axle as well, kicking it sideways.
Well, that's going to be Thanafak Sukjaron making his way past and into 5th place as Thanawas had a huge lose in turn 3. But manages to keep it stable. Next target for Thanafak is going to be the number 17 of Jakapan Wanarat. There's not much time between these guys, really, but Sangchai Wanathim has seriously checked out in the front at the moment. 10.2 seconds ahead at the last time they crossed the line. Supermonkol Deadpatch, it seems, is falling down the order. I don't know if that's a timing glitch or not, but Supermonkol was clearly in 2nd place and catching. So, yeah.
That's what's happening.
There we go. Supermonkol in the garage. A technical problem for the number 58. After winning yesterday so confidently. Unfortunately, won't get a result in the 2nd last race of the season. They are all over the racetrack in the final corner there. That's Thanawas trying his best to defend then from Kiatasak as Thanafak Sukjaron there in the 86 continues on, jetting away from those behind. And, well, if you wondered how Sangchai Wanathim is doing in the lead, that's basically all you need to know. He's basically just doing a practice run at the moment. There's no one within 5 seconds of him at least. The gap back to 2nd place sat at 13.3 seconds at the line last time around, and I'm sure it's going to extend a bit further. 7 laps, coming up to 6 laps to go. There's 2nd place, Tasanai Jaimun. And he's managed to get a solid gap himself over Jakapan Wanarat, who himself is another 9 seconds behind.
Something about the rear wing here looks like it's been borrowed from an F4 car. Some such.
Very high side planes on that wing. It almost looks like almost reminds me of a hypercar, something like that. Something you'd find in WEC. And then
Suzu LMDH, make it happen.
Yes, maybe they could keep the diesel.
Those years of top-class prototype racing are behind us. Reese, very close to factory suspension on these as well, by the way, so you can see the leaf springs in the rear of all of these D-Maxes. There are other ute racing categories where the rear suspension is quite modified towards a more racing, less load carrying design. You can look at those springs leaf springs going to work in the back of these from certain angles at certain times.
Yeah, and I think it's all the better for it. Less sophisticated suspension system makes the car a little bit more difficult to get a handle on and creates some great racing for us. Car number 12, that's 5th place, Thanawas here. Final warning for exceeding track limits. Meanwhile, Wataya Rayai, who came into the pits earlier to serve a black smoke penalty, is now under investigation for pit lane speed. So things aren't getting better for the number 42, as it looks like that is not quite move made on for position there for the 86 out of the final corner. Massive slide there for the number 12. I don't think that specifically was the track limits violation in question.
So here's our lone Chevy Colorado. It looks like its bonnet's barely being held on. Might have been a tiny tap of contact there. They are a lap down to the 86, but rolling.
Yeah, Crit Pride sub making his way out of the pits there on at the start of this lap. I've double-checked the timing screen to see the ocean of Isuzus in the single Chevrolet, but interesting quirk of our timing is that some of the D-Maxes are labeled as Isuzu D-Max, then some are labeled as Isuzu All New, and then some are labeled as Isuzu All New D-Max. So a little bit of difference there, a little bit of a slide for the 86 as Danafak Sukjaron. He is pushing very hard, and I tell you what, they must be running that engine pretty hard, because the amount of sliding I've seen him do on the exit of turns and the acceleration I've seen from that thing out of corners, it's looking rapid.
It's pulling so many Gs in right-handers that you'll notice that the fuel door has come open.
Oh.
Seriously, look for that. Interesting.
Wow. I'll check back in with our leader, who is typical for this category, looking calm, collected, in control. Managing that body roll very nicely through the twists and turns of Chang International Circuit. And he's still running lap times that are almost 3 seconds faster than anyone else. It's been a very impressive performance from Sangchai here, especially after yesterday, where I believe he missed out on a podium finish.
Every time you get a look, you see exactly how much steering it takes. They sort of go in a corner and it's hand over hand over hand. And that makes correcting the slides very difficult as well.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to deal with having to crank the wheel around like that all the time. It's a tough job. You got to really have a sense for what your inputs actually translate to in terms of steering angle.
I shuffle my hands a little bit too much on the steering wheel, and I've had a couple of, two coaches be like, no, keep your hand steady on the wheel, even if you've got to go arm over arm, because then you can correct more quickly. I'm like, okay, no chance of doing that in these trucks at all.
No, they very much drive like buses compared to every other car in TSS. Car number 12 of Thanawas, 5-second time penalty for continued abuse of track limits. And the number 17 of Jakapan Wanarat has received a black smoke message from race control. So that may result in 4th place being up for grabs. 3rd place at the very least. Danafak Sukjaron here, now right on the back of that number 17. He's caught him in leaps and bounds over the last couple of laps. In fact, looking at their previous lap times here, Danafak was nearly 3.5 seconds faster than Jakapan in the 17 on the previous lap. So let's see how easily this move ends up being made. Round the outside of turn 4 is obviously not always the place to do it. So Danafak's going to have to wait for just a few more corners, but clearly you see the correction on the steering there for the 17. He's having a bit more trouble keeping it under control. I think both of them are just as out of control as each other, but Danafak is finding a bit more. But speaking of Danafak, I've just seen that he's on his final warning for exceeding track limits. So let's reel it in, guys.
Wouldn't have been surprised to have seen that message a couple laps ago. And keep an eye on the fuel door here through the right-hander, Reese. There it is, providing a little bit of lateral force to correct the slide.
Ever so slightly, probably a few grams at most. Car 42 of Butaya Raiai again for black smoke. Not the first time we've seen that. Battle continues into the final corner here in the battle for 3rd on the road. It will be a guaranteed 3rd. Oh, will it? For Danafak Sukjaron.
The fans had the
Massive
same
slide.
response as us. Did you hear them on the mic? Everyone in
Yeah.
the grandstand thought the same as Reese and David.
Man, that was a tough one. But look, he's right on the back again. Don't forget, of course, that number 17 has a 5-second time penalty hanging over his head. So, Thanafak probably doesn't have to fight as hard as he is. There's a move down the inside for the 42, and I believe this is where they got the black smoke penalty from. That is a solid cloud right there.
Yeah, so back and forth a couple times between Mataya Raya and Thanoas. This is for that third on track.
Even trying up the inside didn't work. Oh, yep, that's not ideal.
We know that the 86 is on a warning. That's again. So I think exiting turn 4 and then exiting turn 5 before turn 6. Oh, another bonnet that doesn't seem as thoroughly latched as you would like. I think we saw in D1 that one where the bonnet pins kept it down, but then the unreinforced panel, the aerodynamics, ripped part of it off by itself. And when you do see the bumper or other bits off on these D-Maxes, you see how the radiator is mounted vertically, but the intercooler is horizontal, and that's what feeds out of the top. So I think sometimes air gets ducted into the intercooler and then is going straight up. If the bonnet's not aligned correctly, that pressure is ripping the bonnet. So a penalty for the 86, while the 17 serves a penalty.
Yes. Into the pits for Jakapan Wanarat, and Thanafak Sukjaron now has also been given a 5-second penalty from race control for continued abuse of track limits. But it doesn't look like that's going to actually cost Thanafak anything. He's got way more than 5 seconds to the next car. Into the pits once again for black smoke for Witaya Raiai in the 42. We'll be coming up very shortly to the beginning of the final lap here for Sangchai Wanathim. Has brought his lead out to nearly 25 seconds. What a drive it's been.
Yeah, spectacular. Quicker than everyone at every point in this race, and appearing to do it with so much ease and control.
Well, final lap begins for pickup truck number 90. And we'll see how much the gap extends out now. Sangchai with a 2:01.5. Still great pace. Only 1.5 seconds off his best, which remains the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:59.084. And Tassanai Jaimun crosses the line 27 seconds behind. Frankly, crazy how much of an advantage this number 90 D-Max has taken. All things have gotten worse for the 86, though. My apologies. 10-second time penalty now. It's been extended to 10 seconds for continued abuse of track limits, second offence. That might bring Thanawak Sukjaron into a little bit of trouble. Might allow Jakapan to catch back up. Sorry, David, go on. Oh.
Someone's slow there, and now we've got a green flag waving in the next sector, which means there must be a yellow flag waving back here for the 42 that stopped.
Oh, no.
Mataya Raya on the outlap.
So whatever they changed in the pits to mitigate the black smoke, maybe did something else to the performance of the engine. And there's nothing else that can be done about that now. Out on the final lap, as Sangchai Wanathim will presently come across the line to take a commanding victory in race 2 of Thailand Super Pickup Division 2. One race to go after this, and the momentum has been taken for that car. Tassanai Jaimun, meanwhile, in the 26 is going to finish a long way behind, 27, maybe 28 seconds back. Actually, hang on. That's Songnuk Kyantam. He wasn't appearing on the timing screen, but he's just been classed as second. Nope, third. Hang on a minute. Something's gone wrong with the timing there. I think Somnuk might have been classed as a lap ahead of where he was, maybe? Not entirely sure, but we have been calling Tassanai Jaimun as the finisher in second. And this car here, Thanafak Sukjaron, 10 seconds added to his race time for track limits abuse.
It says second offence, so I think it's 10 and 5. Because why would you say second offence if you were just adding another 5? It must be the original and a double again for second offence.
We shall seek clarification on that. But for now, we'll focus on the on-track results here. But nothing more to really be said about the drive from Sangchai Wanathim. Barely saw anything of him, and when we did, he was just cruising.
Yeah, yellow Isuzu, yellow gloves, so there were plenty of times you could see what the wheel work was and how much it takes from these and how smoothly he did it.
So there we go. There's your podium. With Sangchai finishing in first, Tassanai in second place, and Jakapan Wanarat will get third after the time penalty for the number 86. And the best time of the race will remain a 1 minute 59.084. Sangchai Wanathim untouchable in the second race of Super Pickup D2 for the weekend. And just as we've seen that, further trouble for Wataya Rayai. Under investigation for pit lane speed limit again. Second offence there, apparently. But our podium getters are on their way into the lane. And that will be the end of things for the first segment of the day. After this, it's going to be a lunch break with some hot laps around the circuit. And then we'll get back into racing action. And we'll be here all afternoon bringing that to you.
Thought you were going to say lunch break with some hot pot. I could go for that, or some satay skewers.
I could go for that too.
Let's make that happen sometime.
If I'm ever in Brisbane, or if you're ever in Perth, I know what we're doing.
Tamasai Jaimun's pretty happy with his second place. And we got a lot of shots of sort of the crew and the teams around this, and they were all very happy at 6.9 Richter Conmean for Sangchai Wanathim. Jakapan Wanarat, after the penalties, is going to come around to that third place.
I'm sure he'll be very happy to get that as well. He may have gotten 5 seconds added to his time for track limits, but what we presume is 15 seconds added to the number 86 puts
Cost
him
2
back
spots
on
in the
the
end
podium.
On the timing, didn't it? So that feels like 15 seconds to be dropped.
Certainly does. Nice photo opportunity here for our race winner. Sure, we'll be seeing that on the socials sooner rather than later.
I walk a lonely road. That marshal just checking everything post-race, clearing up a bit of debris.
Well, here's Goody in the pits. We'll step back for a moment and listen to what the drivers have to say.
รอบนี้ไล่รถมาควันเยอะมาก
เหนื่อยยังไงเนี่ยเล่าให้ฟังหน่อย
คือไล่ตั้งแต่วันที่ซ้อมเนาะก็คือเปลี่ยนอะไรก็แล้วแต่ก็ดำหมดทุกวันตอนนี้ยังแก้ไม่หายผมแก้ที่คนขับใช้คันเร่งไม่ถึง 50% ครับเดี๋ยวก่อนนะคัดหมดเหรออะไรหมดนะฮะไอ้คันเร่งครับคันเร่งหมดไม่หมดครับคันเร่งไม่หมดแต่ว่าคือใช้คันเร่งได้น้อยเพราะว่าถ้าเราจุ่มเยอะเนี่ยวันมันจะออกเยอะพี่เมื่อวานคือขึ้นโดนพันดำแล้วก็เลยเสียอันดับไปครับเพราะฉะนั้นแต่ก็จะมีผลต่อคะแนนสะสมถูกไหมก็ถือว่าวันนี้ก็มีคะแนนสะสมเพิ่มขึ้นใช่ครับมีเพิ่มก็มีโอกาสลุ้นก็ต้องไปลุ้นกันครับครับโอ้โหถือว่าวันนี้พอใจในผลงานไหมครับพอใจมากๆพี่พอใจมากครับถือว่าจบเรามีโพเดียมยืนที่3เลยโอเคดีใจด้วยนะครับดีใจมากครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับฝากTR17ด้วยครับเทลูบิแคนเลสซิ่งทีมรวมช่างเทียงกงต้นคอมเมเลวครับผมครับขอบคุณครับจักรพันธ์วรรณรัตน์นะครับหรือพี่อาร์ตนั่นเองนะครับไปดูอันดับ2นะฮะได้อันดับ3ของเมื่อวานวันนี้ขยับตำแหน่งโพมาเป็นอันดับที่2นะครับกับทัศนัยใจมั่นครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับครับผมครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับวันนี้รู้สึกดีใจมากๆครับมันเหมือนเป็นปรากฏการณ์ใหม่นะในซีซั่นที่ผ่านมาถูกไหมครับเพราะผมก็ได้ดูพี่โหน่งเนี่ยก็เห็นเหมือนมีวิวัฒนาการพัฒนาการที่มีการยกระดับมากขึ้นเหมือนพี่ขับนิ่งขึ้นถูกไหมฮะรู้สึกยังไงกับตัวเองบ้างครับตอนแรกๆชั่วโมงบินผมน้อยครับก็ต้องฝึกซ้อมเยอะๆ
So unfortunately, we seem to have lost audio from the circuit, but regardless, this is not the end of today's running. After the lunch break in about an hour's time, more like 50 minutes, we're going to be seeing our next sequence of racing to come. It'll start off with Super Pickup Division 1. Class A and B race, then followed by Super Eco Race 7. So stay with us for that. We're going to step away until then. See you in just under an hour.
โอเคเพราะฉะนั้นฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับก็ฝากเชียร์บางอัน 6.9 ลิตรและเบอร์ 16 ตอนคัด A กลางวันด้วยนะครับครับขอบคุณครับแสดงความดีอีกครั้งนะครับแสงชัยวรรณทิมนะฮะท่านผู้ชมฮะแน่นอนที่น่าสนใจยังคงมีอยู่นะครับเดี๋ยวตอนนี้ไปพบกับไฮไลท์กันต่อครับใช่เดี๋ยวไปรับด้วยเดี๋ยวไปเอากล้องมาถ่ายรวมกันทีนึงถ่ายรวมกันที